It is 5 o'clock on the dot this Thursday morning. I am Ken Weaver with your top stories, and we are tracking the risk for severe weather. Got the timing during the full forecast and traffic coming up in 5 minutes. Well, Beijing is responding to the push in Congress to force China's tech giant ByteDance to sell TikTok, or it's going to get banned. The Chinese Foreign Ministry saying today that bill passed by the U.S. House of Representatives violates fair competition and international trade rules. But supporters like Republican Congressman Chip Roy of Texas say it's a matter of national security.
We are in a Cold War with China, and some of my colleagues want to ignore this fact.
India, the world's largest democracy, banned TikTok in 2020, but ByteDance still reportedly has access to the data of Indian citizens who used the app. And here in the U.S., other social media platforms sell users' data, potentially posing the same kind of security risk. Right now in Nashville, Metro Police say a bystander was shot on Antioch Pike overnight. 2 cars chasing each other when someone in one of the cars started shooting. Bullets hit a man in another car nearby. He wasn't even involved. That man's now in critical condition. Riley Strain disappearance update. People in his hometown of Springfield, Missouri showed up for a vigil there to pray that he be found safe.
Lord, tonight we are praying for peace, your peace in the midst of this huge trial.
Strain was kicked out of Luke Bryan's bar while out on the town with fraternity friends Friday night. He's seen in surveillance videos stumbling around and falling, appearing to be highly intoxicated. Now there's word that a homeless person says they saw Strain fall into some bushes near the Cumberland River Friday night, get up and disappear into the night. Nearly 500 people from Strain's hometown of Springfield, Missouri, now on their way to Nashville to help bring him home. Meanwhile, 2 boat crews searched the river yesterday, and authorities are investigating to see if Riley was overserved alcohol. The group that owns Luke Bryan's bar says it's working with police. Luke Bryan posting on Instagram for everyone to do all they can to help police. And right now in Tennessee, a bill is advancing that Democrats are up in arms for because they say it tries to indoctrinate students to be pro-life instead of pro-choice. It would require students to watch a 3-minute video of a fetus during family life courses. The Tennessean says it passed the House Education Instruction Committee, now scheduled to be taken up in the Senate Education Committee next week. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Here's Daria Albinger.
Stocks drifted near record highs but closed near their session lows. The Dow rose 38 points, the Nasdaq fell 88, and the S&P gave up 10 for the day. Oil prices rose to add to their gains so far this year and gave a boost to energy stocks. The markets are on track for a positive week. Dollar Tree has seen better days, and now after reporting earnings that fell far short of analysts' expectations, the discount retailer says it's planning to close up to 1,000 underperforming Dollar Tree and Family Dollar stores in the coming months. Adidas says it's donated or is planning to give away more than $150 million to groups that fight anti-Semitism or other forms of hate from the sales of Yeezy shoes last year. The sportswear brand severed ties in 2022 with the rapper formerly known as Kanye West, over some of the comments that he's made.
All right, let's check futures ahead of this morning's opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures up 57, S&P is flat, Nasdaq down 34. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
And a happy Thursday morning to you. It's 5:07. It is Nashville's Morning News. Our buddy Dan Mandis still on his cruising vacation. He will be back on Monday. I'm sure he'll have a lot of great stories for all of us for that. But right now you got Johnny B sitting in with him, or for him, I should say, with him. If I were sitting in with him, I'd be on that cruise myself. Anyway, I'm with Ken Weaver and Mason Fleming. We're glad to have you here. You can get involved with us at the Members Nutrition Super Text line, 615-737-9986. And, of course, you can catch us on Super Talk TV. Why in the world anybody wants to know what we look like, I have no idea. But if you do, you can check us out on Facebook Live, Twitch, X, or Twitter, whatever you want to call it, YouTube, and, of course, 99.7 WTN.com. And, of course, you can also listen to us on apps like our own app. Also, all the others that are out there, they carry us. So check that out as well. Well, the news, it's good for Donald Trump this morning. The judge overseeing the Georgia election interference case yesterday dismissed some of the charges against the former president. There are some other counts in the indictment that do remain. And Fulton County Superior Court Judge Scott McAfee wrote in an order that 6 of the counts in the indictment must be quashed, including 3 against Trump. The order leaves intact other charges, and the judge wrote that prosecution could seek a new indictment on the charges that he dismissed. But it's still pretty good news for him. Christina Bobb appeared on Newsmax, and, of course, she's an attorney for Save America. And, well, she had this to say last night on Newsmax.
Well, this is definitely a huge win for President Trump and for all of the defendants listed, whether they're involved in these counts or not. Every time something like this happens, it just goes to show how these cases are thrown together. They're ill-prepared, they're ill-advised, they don't follow the law, and this is political persecution. So this ruling absolutely shows that. My hope is that it's rendered basically moot or irrelevant within a couple of days, because the case should be thrown out altogether because of the conflict of interest, ethical, potential moral, and potential criminal implications of the relationship between Fani Willis and Nathan Wade. So there's a lot happening here, and it does not look good for Fani Willis.
Yep. No, it doesn't. In fact, Fani Willis was her own worst enemy, to be quite honest, during all the hearings that she attended, and she did not do herself any favors at all. And as I said, the Fulton County Superior Court Judge McAfee, he dismissed the 6 charges of the indictment against Trump and his co-defendants. He said they lacked sufficient detail, but added that prosecutors can impanel another grand jury to reindict the charges or appeal his ruling. Now, Representative Rich McCormick from Georgia, he's a Republican there as well, and he weighed in as well, and this is what Rich had to say. He was also talking to Newsmax.
I don't know him personally, but I will say he made a just ruling in this case. He talked about the paper-thin application of the prosecution. In other words, you have to have more substance in those 6 that he dismissed. He still has 3 major charges as well as fraud, defrauding the government, and also on making false statements. I think he'll win on those too. But having Fani off this makes total sense. If you look at how she's been corrupted, her character has been besmirched by herself, really, in her actions. I think this will all play itself out the way it's supposed to, and I think he'll win this case.
And the thing is, McCormick is absolutely right. He says that District Attorney Fani Willis might be removed from the Trump's case this week over an improper relationship, of course, with Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade, and that's where Fani really lost it. She lost all credibility. Plus, it's very obvious that this is a political witch hunt, basically, in Georgia. And said that her character has been besmirched by herself and her actions. He said, I think this will play itself out the way it's supposed to, and I think Trump will win this case. Now, he also weighed in on the hard vote in order of banning the Chinese social media app TikTok. Despite his libertarian leanings, he said this isn't about banning TikTok. This is about ownership of the Chinese Communist Party. He said something that literally influences our children, can influence elections, has been designed to be addictive and is designed totally opposite of what it's designed in China to be, which is limited by time and content. Here, it's literally used to undermine our children. And he said, I don't know how many hundreds of calls yesterday from children that were told by TikTok they needed to call us. He said they will call us, be irate, threaten suicide, threaten to work against us. He said this is the literal manipulation by a communist government of our children. Think about it that way. We've already outlawed that China can't buy land here in America, and yet we want to allow 128 million people to be brainwashed by a communist government. He also stressed that access to TikTok is not a First Amendment right and said that the Chinese government members are the most likely people to limit the First Amendment. He added, if we said anything against China, that would be outlawed. If they wanted us to say something bad about us, that would be allowed. This is actually something that has nothing to do with the First Amendment. This has nothing to do with our freedoms. It has to do with the ownership and influence in the United States. A lot of people are arguing, and in some ways quite effectively, that this could spell trouble for any social media out there like Facebook or X or Twitter, whatever you want to call it, and Instagram and things of this nature. But I think this is, in my case, of me looking at it, I think it's a little different because TikTok, China is influencing it. And they are monitoring it. And they could influence elections. They could influence. Well, look what they've done with the kids. I mean, look at the stupid things that have happened thanks to TikTok. You know, kids eating Tide Pods. I mean, I understand that we want to protect our freedoms, and we should. But the Chinese government being involved with TikTok bothers me. It's one I want to really look at some more because, for one, I have not used TikTok. I don't really care to. But I understand why people use it. They use it to further their business. Some people use it to further their careers. Because in this day and age, I don't care what kind of entertainment media you're in, you have to use these outlets. In fact, a lot of radio stations, TV stations, and also record labels, they want you to be on social media. In fact, they almost demand it. So that is a freedom that we have to look at. But we really have to look at what the Chinese are doing with TikTok and how they're using it. There's more on Donald Trump's case, though, in Georgia. And in fact, the lieutenant governor says Fani Willis went after him. And he claims that's all she's after with her job is to make a name for herself and make it all about politics. It's 5:15. It's Nashville's Morning News. Time to check the roads from the WTN Traffic Center. Thank you much, Brother Jack. Looks like it's going to be partly cloudy today and warm. Man, it was warm in the house last night. I could barely sleep. High of 82 degrees today, and look for thunderstorms to move in overnight. When Dan Mandis returns on Monday, get ready for cold weather to make a comeback. We may only see highs in the upper 40s for Monday. Yuck. And he's going to be, that's going to be a wake-up call for Dan Mandis coming back from the whatever location he's at. It's 59 degrees, or 60 degrees, excuse me. It's 60 degrees on Nashville's Music Row at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. I don't know about anybody else, but I cannot sleep when my room is just, a tender, just a heat. Just a heat box.
I'm the exact same way. I think I have 3 fans in my room right now. I have my ceiling fan. I got one blowing on me and then one to circulate the room just to make sure it doesn't get too hot in there.
Oh, man, you're not kidding. In fact, I was almost prepared to turn on the air conditioning last night just to let it flow. I may do that tonight.
Yeah, see, my brother has what we call money, and he likes to
okay.
He likes to flip the heat and AC on all the time. And so if it's no matter what temperatures it is outside, whatever makes him comfortable, he changes. And so it affects our bills every month. And I'm like, hey, dude, you got to watch that. I'm not paying an extra $100 for you to enjoy one day of a little bit of extra heat or something like that. Or he'll crank it up and not put on a hoodie or something like that. I'm like, dude, that's hitting my bank account pretty hard. I can't afford this.
Well, see, that's what's rough about having to live with people. Marriage is much the same way. Luckily, my wife and I have similar likes as far as what the room's like. And yeah. So that's what you got to find is someone that can, and that's hard, someone that can agree with you on what is the right temperature and all of that. But Dan Mandis is definitely going to get a surprise when he comes back for Monday on the Nashville's Morning News, because it's going to be cold, baby. I'll tell you what else is cold. And that is Fani Willis's life right now, because she is really being taken to task. Georgia Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones, he told Newsmax yesterday that Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis has attempted to go after him as well, and that he was the first one to win a case against her and had it dismissed from her being able to come after him. And he said it was a complete circus from beginning to end.
This DA tried to come after me, and I was the first one to win in court against her and had it dismissed from her being able to come after me. I mean, it's been a complete circus from the beginning. She's been using this for self-promotion. She's been using this for political reasons. I'm glad to see the judge dismiss some of the accusations. I'm hoping that he will dismiss all of them, and we'll see. I think he was going to put out his findings by the end of this week. I'm hopeful that we can get it behind us, because it's been an embarrassment for the entire state, to be honest with you. I mean, this is a DA that is, like I said, that is funded from outside groups, not within this state, and she has allowed crime to go unchecked here in the city of Atlanta while she's been pursuing this political endeavor that's all about self-promotion.
Oh, exactly. And I think the same thing happens here in Tennessee. I think with Justin Jones, Justin Pearson, I think they're getting a lot of outside money, and that's what they're trying to do, is trying to create just a circus with the politics in this state. And I think the same thing is going on with Fani Willis. And I think people are growing tired of it. And I think that's why a lot of people have changed their tune as far as, well, you're seeing a change in the electorate. We talked about it yesterday with more Hispanic and black voters going more for with the left, and how out of control it is. And in fact, we've got some stories coming up that will just absolutely enrage you. Something that's happening in Toronto that I'm afraid will happen here eventually, about car theft, how to deal with car theft. We have a problem in this city with that as well. Plus, we have a Tennessee lawmaker that tried to pass a bill that would allow illegal immigrants to have driver's licenses. We tried that once before in this state, and it turned out to be a cluster. And you had people die in traffic accidents from illegal immigrants that were speeding, were breaking the law. It became a quagmire, and they finally did away with it. It's an insane idea, and it's just as insane as what they're doing in Toronto. You'll have to listen up during the 6 o'clock hour. We'll have more of that at 6:05. You definitely don't want to miss that, because it's unbelievable what they're doing in Toronto. It's the idea that the police have to fight the crime of stolen cars. Unbelievable. It's 5:21, and coming up in the news at 5:30, Ken Weaver, what can we look forward to?
Well, I'll let you hear how China's responding to the U.S. attempt to force the communist-run parent company of TikTok to divest or get banned. Details at 5:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Brother Ken. At 5:35, it's the Gang of Three Amigos, and somebody's offering free pizza. I'll tell you who that is.
When? Right now?
We'll let you know.
Oh.
It's a tease, Ken.
Oh.
I'm just as big a tease as you are.
Whew. Boy, that caught my ear, Brother Johnny B.
It's 5:22. Man, pizza for breakfast. That sounds good.
I can dig it.
Nashville's Morning News, Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
5:30 on the dot this Thursday morning. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. We'll time out the risk for severe weather for you during the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. China responding to the U.S., attempting to force the communist-run parent company of TikTok to divest or the app gets banned. This is Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Wang Wenbin speaking through a translator.
The bill adopted by the U.S. House of Representatives puts the U.S. on the opposite side of the principles of fair competition and international trade rules.
Well, now it's got to get through the U.S. Senate, which is expected to take it up next week. Here in Nashville, Metro Police say people in two cars chasing each other along Antioch Pike overnight started shooting, and they injured a bystander. That man is in critical condition. Happened last night around 9:30 on Antioch Pike. Right now in Tennessee, a bill to require English-only driver's license tests is dead. News 2 says it was pulled yesterday by its sponsor, Hohenwald, Republican State Senator Joey Hensley.
It just didn't have support to pass. Of course, I thought it was a good bill. If people are driving on our streets, they should be able to read our road signs.
News 2 says over the last 3 years, Tennessee administered more than 12,000 driver's license tests in German, Japanese, Korean, and Spanish. A Democrat-sponsored bill that would allow illegal immigrants to drive in Tennessee has failed. Nashville State Senator Heidi Campbell's legislation would have given them a driver privilege card or permit with the same privileges as a legal resident. The bill was voted down 7-1 in the Senate Transportation and Safety Committee yesterday morning. And the State Department watching the chaos in Haiti closely. Gangs have taken over the country's capital of Port-au-Prince. The U.S. sending in an anti-terror team to protect the U.S. Embassy, while Americans there, many of them missionaries, pleading for a way to get out.
With Haiti in chaos, thousands of Americans like missionary Miriam Sinodi and her group trapped and desperate to escape.
They can come and get some, they need to come and get all.
Jill Dolan can't escape, calling on the U.S. government to begin evacuations.
Every day I wake up thinking, Lord, please send us a chopper. Please send us an airplane that's going to come and rescue us today.
Port-au-Prince calm for now, but that violence could spike at any moment, which would, of course, make any potential evacuations that much harder.
That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Olé! Yes, indeed. It is time for the Three Amigos, the gang of Three Amigos. Nashville's morning news. Dan Mandis on vacation, so you got Johnny B in with him, for him. Why I keep saying with him?
Well, because you're used to it, Brother Johnny B. You're used to Brother Dan Mandis being here.
Yes, I guess I miss him. You know, that's what it is. But anyway, he's on vacation. I'm here in the newsroom. Ken Weaver. Good morning, Ken.
Good morning, boys. Yes.
And a mighty good morning to Mason Fleming.
Good morning.
How you doing, brother?
Yes. He's here.
He's here.
He's here.
And the car's working.
Car's working.
That's awesome.
I'm working.
Yeah, you're working. I'm
Can't
working.
complain.
Yeah. Keeping weird hours. Yeah.
That's the way to go, Brother Mason.
Yeah,
We're trying. We're pushing.
How much coffee you drinking? Drinking a whole bunch?
I'm drinking a whole bunch of coffee. I think I'm mixing that with Red Bulls, and we'll see how we'll go.
Yeah, there you go.
Where's Hunter Biden when you need him?
Yeah.
A little bit of a boost through the nose.
Yeah. Little booger sugar for the morning, huh? Anyway, it's 5:38. We're glad you joined us. And, of course, we talk about all kinds of stuff on the Gang of Three Amigos. March 14th, big day. It's World Kidney Day. Didn't know if you knew that. So take care of the kidneys today. That's exciting, huh? It's also...
How do you take care of your kidneys?
Well, probably don't drink so much. Don't drink so much alcohol.
Oh, booze. That sort of thing.
All
right.
That'll be rough on them.
Yeah, no problem. No problem there. Thursday's not a drinking day for Brother Ken Weaver.
So when is the drinking day?
I'll imbibe on a Friday or a Saturday.
There you go.
I'll have a couple of cold beers.
Everything
I
in
used
moderation.
to have more than a couple of cold beers. But I try to keep it down to a couple of cold beers.
Man, I've drank beer, and I've just never been a huge fan of beer. I went more for, the brown alcohol.
Yeah, I was a huge fan of that, too, until my friends and my dates disabused me of that notion.
Yeah, that's what happened with me, too.
Yeah, nothing against it. I liked it a little too much.
Well, see, the problem with me is, because everybody says moderation. Yeah.
Yeah, whatever.
I don't know that word.
Yeah.
I try, but my problem is if I really like something, I'll go nuts on it. And it doesn't matter what it is. It can be pasta. It can be,
Yeah, strangely enough, too much pasta never made me throw things.
No.
Or, push people.
Or fall down.
Yeah, or say stupid things. So, I'll go overboard on pasta.
Yeah. That pasta never made me, end up sleeping on the couch.
Yeah, or in a yard.
There was actually, and they're gone now, so I can tell this story. I won't give names, but there was a wife of somebody that worked here.
Mm-hmm.
And both he and his wife liked to imbibe on occasions. Well, one night she went a little too wild, went to a club where somebody from here worked at that club. She partied there for a while, apparently woke up in somebody's yard.
Oh, wow.
That she didn't know.
Goodness.
And luckily it was during the summer.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
And it was shortly after that they both found the Lord. And so thank God they did.
Now, sometimes drinking too much, you will find the Lord.
Yeah, you will.
And it's a good thing, too.
Yeah, it is. He'll talk to you.
Yeah. He might give you a kick in the ass.
Yeah, he just might. You probably deserve it.
Uh-huh.
Well, another big celebration today is Pi Day, and I'm talking about the mathematical pi.
Oh, man, I was about to get excited there, Brother Johnny B. I was getting excited.
Well, Ken, don't hold back on the excitement yet, because Pizza Hut has, what was I going to say? Oh, okay.
Going to give out calculators?
Yeah, well, anyway, Blaze Pizza. I've never heard of Blaze Pizza.
Let's look it up.
I thought it was Pizza Hut that was doing this, but it's Blaze Pizza.
Blaze Pizza.
Customers can get an 11-inch pizza for just $3.14.
Oh, wow.
I was thinking they were going to give away free pies, but no. Hey, we'll knock it down to $3.14 for you.
Okay. Well, I guess that's the number for pie. Is that it?
Yes, that's the offer is only good in store.
Okay. Where are they at? They in Nashville?
I don't know. I've never heard of. Now, Pizza Hut is wanting fans to enjoy plenty of pizza pies, before and during the mathematical inspired day. In fact, today is the last day you can enjoy it, and they are offering a free large one-topping pizza with the purchase of any see?
Yeah, whatever, man.
It's always a catch.
Happy Pie Day.
Happy Pie Day. You can get a free one if...
By the way, that pizza's going to be $25.
Well, you have to order an extra large, and we'll give you an extra large for free.
You must buy our most expensive item to get another slightly less expensive item.
Yeah, that's like the buy two, get one free.
Oh, I love those, man. Or they do that a lot with soft drinks. Have you noticed that?
Yeah.
Hey, if you buy 3, you'll get 1 free.
Buy these 12, and I'll give you half a can for 30 cents.
So they say today, the last day that you can go to Pizza Hut, and you can grab a free large one after you've bought another large one.
That's not too bad. I mean, that's a BOGO. That's a BOGO.
It is. I mean, that's not bad.
Yeah.
You just have to use the code FREEPIZZA, all in italics and one word.
Oh, italics. Okay.
Yeah, to claim the buy one, get one free offer at checkout.
All right.
Plus, there are even more spots that are doing this. And, of course, we named good old Blaze Pizza that we have no idea where they're at.
Yeah, they got one in Brentwood, it looks like.
Oh, we do have one in Brentwood. Yeah. I dare say in Brentwood.
Got one in Brentwood.
It must be puff. It must be a very high-end store. Taco Bell is also getting in on it.
All right, let's hear this.
On Pie Day.
Yeah.
They're offering guests a discount, and there's no purchase required.
Okay.
You can get a Mexican pizza from the fast food spot for just $3.14 today.
I'm doing it.
Yeah, so there you go.
I got one right by my house.
You sure do. It's right there. See, Ken lives very close to me, actually. Not far.
All right.
And I've never been to his house, but I know the street it's on.
Yeah.
I drive past
you
you
can
every
come
single
over.
day.
You can come over, Brother Johnny B.
Well,
but you got a little fat wiener dog you might be allergic to.
Well, see, now my allergy, I can be in someone's house for a short amount of time.
Right.
With a little, and usually a little dog like Fritz wouldn't bother me.
Oh, okay.
It's when somebody's got a big old
dog.
A big old dog.
Yeah.
In the house, and that will bother my allergies. Or if you stay overnight, because what happened to my wife and I, we went and stayed with a cousin in Alabama, and she, as far as we knew, she didn't have any pets.
Oh.
We didn't know she had a cat that likes to stay hidden.
Oh,
yeah. And Glenna is as allergic to cats as I am. And so we stayed there. Well, we learned the cat was there, and we went, oh, I don't know if we'll be able to stay. And she goes, well, the cat pretty much stays downstairs. Pretty much being the key word there, because during our stay there, the cat decided to go up to our room and get in our clothes.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it got into my suitcase. And so we woke up the next morning. Glenna's face was totally, I mean, I couldn't believe how much her face had swelled.
Yeah.
And then I couldn't breathe at all.
Yeah.
Because that's what happens. People don't understand the allergy. It's life-threatening.
Yes, it is.
Because what it does, it closes up your throat. And then, in my case, it really affects my lungs and my asthma, where I can't breathe at all.
Well, it's not just your face that's swelling up. It's your quote-unquote innards, too.
Yes. So it's very dangerous. So people, and I love people that don't understand the allergy, because they always say, well, take a pill.
Nah, that doesn't work.
No, it does.
My wife and my daughter are very allergic to cats, too. And they, what I have to do sometimes, I got to be careful when I'm taking Fritz out, because we have some neighbors who have cats who, they lay around in the yard and that sort of thing. Well, right. Fritz's hair picks up the cat hair.
Exactly.
And it's the cat, it's not the hair that causes it, it's the cat saliva that causes it. And everybody knows cats like to groom themselves.
Oh, yes.
And that's what causes it. So, yeah, I understand that issue fully, man.
Well, see,
it's rough business.
It is. And other people have suggested, well, why don't you go get allergy shots? Well, that's expensive.
It's expensive, and that might not that might not do it either. Who knows?
Well, it did help me when I was younger. I found a German doctor, and that's when, I lived at home. This is when I was a preteen, and got a German doctor. Man, I got to where I could have a dog in the house, and
really,
yeah, it really helped me that much.
Well, my dad, I'm telling you, I never thought I'd see the day where my dad actually loved pets, because he was highly allergic to cats too.
Oh, wow.
Growing up.
Yeah.
I'm talking about me growing up. My dad now has 2 cats, and he loves them. He went to a certain doctor too, who apparently, I don't want to get into it, but it's a real odd thing.
Yes.
Basically you put a glass of water out where you live.
Uh-huh.
Leave it out for a couple of days. You take it to this doctor. He can tell you what you're allergic to.
Really?
And then he tells you how to get rid of those allergies.
Well, that sounds a lot better than what I went through.
Yeah.
Because what I went through, I got all of these, it was kind of like a razor blade type thing, where I guess it had all of these, anything that could be an allergy.
Mm-hmm.
And that's how they figured out. And man, it itched, and you couldn't itch it. You couldn't touch it. And you're sitting in the doctor's office just going, God, this is awful. And that's where I learned what I was allergic to. And it was like several trees, like I think Dutch elm was one.
Yeah.
But one of my worst allergies was cat and dog dander.
Yeah.
And they just told me, you can't have dogs. And so my sister said, well, I guess it's either John or the cat. And my sister looked at me and said, well, goodbye, John.
See you later, John.
Well, see you later.
Love you, brother.
A couple of ex-wives have done that too. But anyway, back to the pizza thing. California Pizza Kitchen, I do believe we have them here.
They sell their frozen pizzas are over at the Publix.
I did eat at one in Green Hills, I do believe. I think they may be there. But this pizza spot is offering another, once again, $3.14 for a pie for dine-in guests who spend at least $25.
Well,
you have to spend $25 before you get the big pie deal at California.
So it's $25 plus $3.14.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's how that works. So, folks, I was looking out for you. I thought we were going to read about free pizzas, but once again, in the advertising, it will read the fine print.
Wonder about like blueberry pies and strawberry pies and cherry pies and things like that. I wonder if there's any pastry shops out there selling pies for only $3.14.
I was thinking the same thing. I was like, I could use a really good apple pie right now.
Oh, apple pie.
That sounds so good.
Or chocolate cream pie. Oh.
Yes, sir.
Boy.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll give somebody an idea. Publix, are you listening?
Yeah.
Pay attention to us on the news.
Because, because Ken Weaver, myself, and even Mason...
Brother Mason pulling a Baron Harkonnen on him. Free pie.
Free pie.
Free pie.
Free chocolate cream pie. And before we take out, I've got to ask you guys a question here because this surprised me. I want to see if you can guess who said this.
Okay.
Lay it on me.
Somebody very famous said the legal proceedings against Donald Trump are all political, and that the ex-president is a victim of lawfare when prosecutors are used to silence political figures. This very famous figure said almost 100 indictments against the guy. It's ridiculous.
Okay. Hillary Clinton.
No. Mason, got any idea?
Jimmy Kimmel.
Don't think that would ever happen.
I doubt it now. Absolutely not.
But I was shocked at who said this. It was the American director Oliver Stone.
Oh,
that you know from JFK.
Yeah.
All of these movies.
So I guess he stopped making movies now?
No,
he's not afraid of getting canceled?
No, in fact, he's making a new movie, actually. But the 77-year-old director of Platoon, JFK, and Snowden said he's not going to vote for Trump He said, everyone's corrupt. Now, this sounds more like Oliver Stone. Everyone's corrupt. Russia runs on corruption. So does Turkey. So does the United States. Corruption is a way of life. And he said he's not going to be voting for President Joe Biden either. He said Biden's a warmonger. I won't vote for him.
Okay.
So, but I found it interesting that he said that Donald Trump is being persecuted just because of his politics.
Well, look at how differently he's being treated over the classified documents case.
Exactly. I mean, look how unfair that was and how lopsided that was. So it really doesn't surprise me that some people are finally waking up, including Oliver Stone, to the fact that this is just political persecution. It's 5:53, and news is coming up with Ken at the top of the hour at 6. What's happening, Ken?
You got to hear what China is saying about the U.S. attempt to ban TikTok. We'll play it for you at 6 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Oh, Yankee dog, don't take away TikTok. And coming up next hour, boy, unbelievable what's happening in Toronto, Canada. Could happen here. I pray to God it won't. But the way the libs here are acting, I could see this happening here, and it involves car theft. We'll have that story for you coming up next hour, 6 o'clock on Nashville's Morning News, Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
美方的问题就在。
6 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories, tracking the risk for severe weather. Tell you about it during the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Right now, I want to tell you about China's foreign ministry accusing the U.S. of international trade violations by passing that bill to force the Communist Party-run parent company of TikTok to divest or the app gets banned. Here's spokesman Wang Wenbin through a translator saying there's no evidence China's using the platform to get Americans' data.
美方的问题就在于
For the United States, they didn't find evidence of TikTok threatening national security, but they abuse state power under groundless reasons to go after the company.
Right now in Nashville, Metro Police say a bystander was shot on Antioch Pike overnight. 2 cars chasing each other when someone in one of the cars started shooting. Well, the bullets hit a man in another car nearby, and that man is in critical condition. Riley Strain disappearance. People in his hometown of Springfield, Missouri, showed up for a vigil there to pray that he be found safe.
Lord, tonight we are praying for peace, your peace in the midst of this huge trial.
Strain was kicked out of Luke Bryan's bar while out on the town with fraternity friends Friday night. Now there's word that a homeless person says they saw Strain fall into some bushes near the Cumberland River Friday night, but that he got up and then disappeared into the trees. Nearly 500 people from Strain's hometown of Springfield, Missouri, now on their way to Nashville to help bring him home. 2 boat crews searched the river on Wednesday. Also, authorities are investigating to see if Riley may have been overserved alcohol. The group that owns Luke Bryan's bar says it is working with police. Luke Bryan posting on Instagram for everyone to do all they can to help police find Riley Strain. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management, online at beaconcm.com. Here's Jim Ryan.
Stock futures were higher going into the trading day as investors look ahead to another inflation report. The Producer Price Index comes out before today's opening bell. It's expected to have grown by 0.3% in February. On Wednesday, the Dow Jones rose 38 points to stay above 39,000 at the close. The S&P 500 lost 0.2%, while falling share prices for chipmaker NVIDIA pulled the Nasdaq Composite down by 0.5%. Drug maker Eli Lilly is teaming up with Amazon to deliver meds straight to patients. Customers using Lilly Direct will be able to get prescriptions for everything from migraine medication to the weight loss drug Zepbound through either Amazon Pharmacy or the online pharmacy called TruePill. Math enthusiasts are celebrating Pi Day today. Pi, as in P-I. 314 represents the first 3 numbers of the infinite digit pi, so pizza joints and pie shops are offering bargains.
All right, checking futures ahead of this morning's opening bell on Wall Street. They are mixed. The Dow is up while the S&P and Nasdaq are down. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
It's 6:07, and how early in the morning tomorrow are these storms going to roll out? That's what I want to know. Because I don't want to come to work with a, major downpour. But it could happen. Free car wash.
It's like from what I'm seeing, it's supposed to start around 3 a.m., unfortunately.
Oh, boy.
Hey,
so like peak time when we're coming in.
There's nothing better than driving in the middle of the night in heavy rain on I-24. I love it.
With big trucks driving by you and giving you that splash.
Yeah, I go slower so they can catch up to me.
Yeah.
And I especially like it when there's two of them in front of me.
Oh, yeah. And I like when there's two side by side.
Yeah.
Just
And
all
you're right in the
enjoying each
middle of
other's
them.
company.
That's right. Take this, you little raptor.
I love
On the super text line, man, we got some.
What are they saying?
Well, one guy said, okay, next topic. Cat dander and pizza pricing, far from riveting. Okay. So you want your money back?
We'll only give you $3.14.
It is National
But
Pie
only
Day.
after you donate $25.
Yeah.
After you give us $25 and make that a twofer.
Yes,
No, a
sir.
threefer, because there's three of us.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so $75, and yeah, we'll give you a $3.14 pie.
Yeah.
Also, somebody, I get this a lot, and I don't know how to imitate him. I'll try.
Okay.
But I get this a lot. People say, your voice sounds so much like Casey Kasem's. I get that a lot. I don't know why. I personally don't hear it.
You know what?
What?
I do hear it.
Do you hear it?
Now that they mention that, there is a slight Casey Kasem in your voice, Brother Johnny B.
American Top 40 with Casey Kasem.
Well, now that's really good.
Casey Kasem, American Top 40. This next song goes out to Snuggles. Snuggles is a little dog. If you've never heard that, what happened after that, I would urge you to go to YouTube. You can find it there. Casey Kasem going off, having to do a dead dog dying. I have to come out of a slow tempo record, man. I just can't do that. Coming out of those slow tempo records, man. Get Don on the phone. Where's Don? Don, and where's my pictures?
Where's my pictures?
That's what I want to know. What were the pictures? Were they promotional pictures or were they another kind of pictures? It's quite funny to listen to. Also, something that's funny to listen to, but it's really bad, I'm telling you. Hank Jr., drunk on stage in Kansas City. It's rough.
When did this happen?
But it's funny. Well, it's funny and sad. But it happened during I want to say the late 80s.
Oh, well, yeah.
And he was on a big tour. I think Marlboro, back in the day when cigarettes could
yeah, they could still advertise.
Yeah, they could advertise. I think they sponsored it.
Yeah.
It was some company like that, either Marlboro, Bud Light, or somebody. Budweiser. But Hank apparently partied a little too hardy. Bocephus were really, and what's very bizarre about the whole thing is he says something really bad about Garth Brooks. And Country Boy Can Survive becomes a country boy can vibe. A country boy can a vibe. Okay. But anyway, that was just from the super text line. Appreciate you guys. And a lot of people have pizza places where you can go get it for $3.14 because it's National Pie Day.
Yeah, I'm gonna give me one of them sweet pies today.
I don't blame you. I think I'm gonna get me a chocolate cream pie. That's what I'm gonna do.
Yeah, boy.
Well, back to news stories. If you remember this, Chris Hand's the one that brought it to our attention, but this is from Newsmax TV, and it's all about Pittsburgh.
Steel City may take on a whole new meaning for Pittsburgh. Thanks to a shortage of police officers there, thanks to Democrats, cops will no longer respond. Listen to this now. Police in Pittsburgh will no longer respond to calls about crimes that are not in progress. That includes theft, harassment, house alarms going off, could be a home invasion. Additionally, they declared, from 3 a.m. to 7 a.m., the city's 6 police stations will operate without desk officers present.
Great idea.
During these hours, only about 20 officers will be available for overnight shifts across the city now to cover the entire city of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, so that's happening in Pittsburgh. That's what all this defund the police has done. But let me tell you something. It's even getting better. I mean, you think that's bad? Listen to this. This is a report from Canada, Toronto, Canada. And listen to this news report if I can get it to work. I hate this system. Have I said that to you guys? I apologize. I know I'm complaining. But anyway, this is what's happening in Toronto, Canada. And this just defies all logic.
There's also updated advice for all vehicle owners, a message echoed by Toronto police speaking at an Etobicoke safety meeting last month. Constable Marco Ricciardi had a new message for vehicle owners who keep their fobs in Faraday pouches.
To prevent the possibility of being attacked in your home, leave your fobs at your front door, because they're breaking into your home to steal your car. They don't want anything else. A lot of them that they're arresting have guns on them, and they're not toy guns, they're real guns. They're loaded.
That's why Galinsky says they will be installing the doorstops and taking YPR's advice seriously.
You don't think that could happen here? Did you hear that? The police in Toronto are telling you to leave your key fobs outside for people to steal your car. Because that way it'll keep you safe. Because these guys have real guns. They're not toy guns. They're real guns.
Yeah.
Well, I thought you guys outlawed guns up there.
Yeah. How's that working for you?
So how did these guys get guns if you have limited or even done away with any kind of gun ownership?
They must not be reading the signs, Johnny.
They must not be.
They're not paying attention.
But maybe that's what you should do. Just put a sign outside of your house.
Yeah.
Say, hey, free car. Here's the keys. Have fun.
Yeah. By the way, no firearms allowed near my car.
Yeah. There's no fire alarms in my house either. No firearms in my house.
Not allowed.
Good gosh. But this is liberal mind. This is how their mind is set.
Yep.
Oh, we'll save a lot of lives this way. Good Lord. But yeah, it's happening. In fact, they say auto theft in Canada is through the roof. I bet. And no wonder.
Yeah.
You're leaving the key out for them. Yeah.
Ah, yes.
That's a liberal mind speak right there, baby.
Oh, Canada.
Boy, no wonder Chris Hand left. That's a joke, by the way. Toronto police are just leaving residents in the city wondering what their stance on safety following some perplexing advice they provided at a community safety meeting last month. The escalating car theft issue in Toronto is no longer a secret. They say even international news outlets are reporting on the matter. But according to Toronto Police Constable Marco Marcarati, I guess that's how you spell it. Ricciardi. Excuse me, Ricciardi.
Whatever.
Because there's some kind of bug on my computer screen. Residents should make it easier for thieves to access their car keys. He suggests that vehicle owners should leave their key fobs at the front door to prevent the possibility of being attacked in their home, as thieves are they're interested in your car, stealing your car, but not anything else. Oh no, I've met so many thieves out there that don't want to steal anything else, just the car. Are you buying that? Not me. And let me tell you what they're trying to do in Tennessee, something they did long ago. That's coming up next at 6:16. A little late, trying to check the roads from the WTN Traffic Center. Thank you much, Jack. Where's your car? Where's your keys? Anyway, looking at our weather forecast, looks like it's going to be partly cloudy today, high of 82. The thunderstorms move in tonight. Some of those could be strong, but we'll have to wait and see, because they keep changing the story on that. Currently, we've gone down a bit to 56 degrees. Super Talk 99.7 WTN's where you've got it. Super Talk is always live and local right here. 9 a.m., it is the Chris Hand Show. 12 noon, Murphy's Show comes your way. And then for your ride home at 3 o'clock, it's our friend and your buddy, your friend and radio buddy, Mr. Brian Wilson on Super Talk 99.7 WTM from 3 until 7. So don't miss out. Keep it right here. Also, you can talk to us on the Members Nutrition Super Text line at 615-737-9986 for all those dedications. I don't hear it. I'm sorry. I'm trying my best. To entertain you, that is my goal. But anyway, Toronto police now telling people to leave their key fobs outside for the car thieves, just to take. That way they won't come in your house for anything else. Right. Car thefts are occurring at an alarming rate in Canada. It seems unlikely that this issue is going to be resolved soon. Residents may have to resort to locking their cars, oh my gosh, and using public transport. How sad. You can't even use your car. They say that's another way they may go, is just to use public transportation. You know, and libs are big on public transportation. They love public transportation. They're trying to get that embedded here. And I don't think people in Middle Tennessee are going to go for it, to be quite honest. One thing that people in Middle Tennessee aren't going to go for either, you may remember back in, it was early 2001, they began awarding full driver's licenses to illegal immigrants in the state of Tennessee. That was so successful. Not. A lot of people don't believe that happened, but it did. In fact, we talked about it quite a bit on talk radio. It became a hot button issue. People were really upset about it. In fact, we talked to a young lady out of Dixon whose parents were killed, unfortunately, in a traffic accident by an illegal immigrant that had been stopped and then hit the accelerator, started driving erratically, hit her parents head on, and killed them both. And what was really sad, her mother had been fighting cancer and had gone for her last treatment, and they said she was cancer-free. Heartbreaking story. But thanks to the state of Tennessee giving full driver's licenses to illegal immigrants during that time, and they did not require a Social Security number. You did not have to give a Social Security number to get the driver's license. In fact, they said more than 180,000 people obtained licenses during that time. But after September 11th, that prompted security fears about the proof of identity, and eventually that went away. Not to mention all of the uncalled and just horrendous car deaths that we had in traffic accidents involving illegal immigrants. Well, guess what? There was a bill that was brought up that would give driver privilege cards to illegal immigrants in Tennessee. Yes, indeed. And it won't surprise you who introduced it. Senate Bill 1808, it was introduced by Senator Haiti Campbell. It would have authorized Tennessee's Department of Safety to issue a driver privilege card or permit that gave the same privilege as a driver's license to a person who is not a United States citizen or lawful permanent resident of the U.S. How insane are you? It's been proven it doesn't work. And the story I just told you, the heartbreaking story. And God bless Heidi Campbell. I mean, she seems like a nice person, but she's just so clueless. Thank God the bill was voted down 7-1 in the Senate Transportation and Safety Committee on Wednesday morning. Who was the only lawmaker to vote for it? You guessed it, Senator Heidi Campbell. Any of you folks that vote for her, you need to have your head examined. That's the last thing we need in this state. Good gracious, have we not learned from our mistakes? See, that's the whole problem with the left. They don't think. They don't think with common sense. And that is a horrible bill. Good gracious, man. And the thing is, it's already been tried here, and it was an utter disaster. Not to mention, that's how the terrorists were able to get through to hijack those planes because they had legal driver's licenses. They were not supposed to be in the country. And what's even scarier is that at one of the airport check-in in Boston, when they saw Mohammed Atta, the person that was granting them access to the airlines, said, I got a feeling about this guy that he wasn't on the up and up. My blood ran cold. And I'm paraphrasing here, but this is the feeling that the person had, the TSA agent, said, my blood ran cold, but then I thought that's not what I was taught to do. And I had to let him go through. Can you imagine if they went with their gut instinct of what could have been saved that day? But that's all because of stupid legislation that lets illegal immigrants have driver's licenses. Heidi, go get some help, please, and learn something. 6:23 at 6:30, we've got the news coming up with Ken Weaver. What's coming up, Ken?
Well, you got to hear what China is saying about this U.S. House passed a bill that could lead to banning TikTok as you know it here in the U.S. China says lawmakers are lying to you. Details at 6:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, my friend. Coming up at the next hour, the next half hour, I should say, 6:35, we'll be looking at the election coming up with Biden and Trump gearing up. Also, Trump, he's got some interesting sound, too. We'll be he's back doing Trump again. We'll have that all for you. 6:35, it's Nashville's Morning News, Super Talk 99.7.
Republican
6:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Timing out the risk for severe weather. We'll tell you about it during the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. I can tell you right now, you need to avoid 65 southbound and I-840. It is closed due to a vehicle fire. Drivers can still exit and enter southbound 65 from 840, but it is closed there, and it is backing up rapidly right now there in Spring Hill. China says U.S. lawmakers are lying about TikTok being a threat to national security, and the bill that the U.S. House passed yesterday to force the communist-run parent company of TikTok to divest or get banned is a violation of international trade law. M. Wynn in our nation's capital reports there are Republicans who do not support the bill.
Republican Thomas Massey argued the bill fails to address the U.S.'s overall reliance on China.
We're sitting here with phones made in China. We're wearing suits made in China.
Experts question the impact of a potential ban. India, the world's largest democracy, banned TikTok in 2020, but ByteDance still reportedly has access to the data of Indian citizens who use the app.
Yeah, unclear if the U.S. Senate will pass this bill. Here in Nashville, Metro Police say people in two cars chasing each other started shooting and injured a bystander. That man's in critical condition. He was in another car there on Antioch Pike when these two cars started shooting each other around 9:30. Right now in Tennessee, a bill to require English-only driver's license tests is dead. News 2 says it was pulled yesterday by its sponsor, Hohenwald Republican State Senator Joey Hensley, who said there just wasn't enough support. He may try to bring it up again. And a Democrat-sponsored bill that would allow illegal aliens to drive in Tennessee has failed. Nashville State Senator Heidi Campbell's legislation would give them a driving privilege card or permit, just like a legal citizen has. The bill was voted down 7-1 in the Senate Transportation and Safety Committee yesterday morning. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
6:38 is Nashville's Morning News. Johnny B. in for Dan Mandis, who's on a cruise right now. Not a Disney cruise, by the way. That was a nasty, nasty rumor. But he will be back on Monday morning. We look forward to his return. You've got me along with Ken Weaver and Mason Fleming to keep you entertained and informed. Also, you can get in touch with us, 615-737-9986. That's the Members Nutrition Super Text line. You can also watch us on Super Talk TV. You can find that on YouTube, Facebook Live, Twitch, and Twitter. You can also catch that on 997WTN.com. Also, you can catch us on the apps that carry the radio station. You can listen to us in so many ways because we want you to be able to connect with us. That's what it's all about. 6:39, and Donald Trump is back. Yes, indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Now that we know that he is going to be the candidate for the Republican ticket, he's ginned up and he's ready to go. And this is what he had to say at a campaign stop.
I'm running for president and leading big in all the polls. I mean, when the New York Times has this front page story tomorrow, you'll see it just came out, that Trump is killing this guy. They're not happy, I guess. Maybe they are happy. I mean, frankly, they did the best they've ever done. 4 years of Trump, they were doing much better than they do right now. So I always said, all of the fake news, look at all those people back. Whoa. That's a lot of people. That's a lot of, whenever I talk about him, the red light starts going off, They said, get us off the air. He's going to say something bad about us. He's going to tell CNN that their ratings stink.
And he will, trust me. But yeah, he's back and he's back in form. And he's basically saying that he's not going to tone down the rhetoric. That he said that I can't be a phony. That's what he's telling everyone. Tommy Tuberville, the representative from Alabama, had this to say about Joe Biden and about Joe Biden campaigning for president.
It's going to be a long 8 months, but there's going to be a lot of fur flying around. It's going to be interesting. We know that Republicans, and we're going to have Donald Trump as our nominee. I'm not really sure yet whether they've decided on Joe Biden. There's a lot of water underneath the bridge between now and then and between the conventions. So I don't know if they have enough Red Bull for him to make it this long.
Yeah, I don't take a lot of Red Bull, ladies and gentlemen. Well, Donald Trump, too, of course, yesterday, there was a dismissal of 6 charges by a Georgia judge in a 2020 election interference case. And that's a huge victory for Donald Trump and the remaining co-defendants. He can still, well, basically what they said is it lacked sufficient detail, but added that prosecutors can impanel another grand jury to re-indict the charges or appeal his ruling. And so they're set to rule later this week on whether Willis and special prosecutor Nathan Wade can stay on the case regarding conflict of interest violations over their secret romantic relationship. So we'll have to see how that irons out. Now, President Trump, told Hungary's Viktor Orban, saying that Ukraine's aid would end if Trump won the White House, but Trump clarified it is about leveraging Europe to catch up. And according to Trump, he said, well, I told him Europe is spending a tiny fraction of what we're spending, and the European nations, as a combination, they should be paying the same because their economy is approximately the same size. If you add them all up, their economy is very close to our economy. That's what Trump told Greg Kelly Reports on Newsmax. He said, plus they're in a lot more danger than we are. We have an ocean between us. They don't. Aid for Ukraine is not unlike Trump's calls for NATO to pay up for defense, which ultimately would lead to money pouring in during the Trump's administration. He said they should be spending money. I had the same thing with NATO. They weren't spending on NATO. I said, you've got to spend on NATO, and they did. Once I said it, I said, I won't protect you. I would not protect you if you're not spending, if you're not paid up. But Europe is about $100 billion less in spending and giving money to Ukraine. And I said, that's something that really has to be taken care of. And that's not the only issue. Another issue is how Ukraine is handling this and getting these weapons. And this is a retired Army sergeant, in an interview that basically said Ukraine has some problems.
We've lost $19 billion of hardware that we gave the Ukrainians over the past 10 days. 3 Abrams, 2 very expensive Patriot missile systems. So Shelby Wilder has it right. What we're doing with Norway is correct. We need to show that, look, we've got our act together, and these losses aren't going to bother us. With that said, Bob, I'm skeptical about the idea of giving the Ukrainians more very expensive hardware without a very effective, well-thought strategy to help implement the plan. So I'm just, I hate to be the bearer of bad news here. I'm not saying we shouldn't do something. I'm saying if we do something, it should be effective and well thought.
And he is a U.S. Army Reserve Lieutenant Colonel, retired. And that's what he had to say about Ukraine. We need a plan. And that's the whole thing about the Biden administration. There seems to be no plan. Let's just give money and just keep giving money. And we all have a problem with that. It's not that we don't want to help Ukraine, but it needs to be dealt with in a much more responsible way. And we can't just keep writing blank checks to Ukraine to fight Russia. There needs to be a better plan in place. And I pray to God that we do not put boots on the ground. That would be a disaster. It's 6:45, and we'll have more stories about why Trump can win this race, this election, because Biden is failing, and we'll show you how and why next. 6:45, time to check the roads from the WTN Traffic Center. Thank you, Jack. And, of course, we have some serious problems on 65 South around 840. In fact, it's closed due to a vehicle fire and a very nasty accident there. So take your time. And as they say, pack your patience. I know that's easier said than done. Look for clouds today, partly cloudy, really, high of 82. We do have storms moving in overnight, and then it looks like it's going to turn colder by next Monday. So a lot of weather to deal with. But it's going to be beautiful for today. Right now, we're at 55 degrees. Is that right, Mason? Yes. Gone down to 55 degrees on Nashville's Music Row. We're talking about the presidential election coming up. And, this is one that Donald Trump can either win or lose. He's just got to do the right things. And what I really hope he does, just concentrate on what you've done right. Concentrate on everything that you did during your presidency that hit home to Americans, the things you did right and the things that you will do right if you get back into the White House. And it doesn't take too much to get back into the White House the way everything's going in our country right now. In fact, everybody can understand that prices are up in every sector of the economy. The economy under Joe Biden is nickel and diming us at every turn. And Americans, they see all the smoke and mirrors the White House is using to try to convince us everything's fine. They keep saying that everything is better. But to get a clearer picture of what Bidenflation looks like, you need to compare prices between now and when Biden took office. And that's what TIPP Insights did. And the results show you that Bidenflation isn't just worse than the White House wants you to believe. It's worse than what a lot of us have realized. According to the TIPP CPI, it's a metric that uses February 2021, the month after Biden's inauguration, as its base measure of the rate of change. They report on this, and they say the measures are anchored to the base month of February 2021, making it exclusive to the economy under President Biden's watch. The rationale is that a year-over-year comparison looks at current prices that are next to already inflated prices, which mask the effect of inflation over time. And what it measures is Bidenflation at a whopping 18%. They broke down various sectors of the economy in a similar way. The Bureau of Labor Statistics does in its CPI. Food prices increased by 20.6% under Biden compared to only 2.2% as per BLS CPI, a difference of 18.5 points. The TIPP CPI data shows that energy prices, they increased by 29.6%. And the measures of price increase for all items, including food and energy. In the year-over-year measure, the core TIPP CPI is 16.5% compared to the 3.8%, a 12.8-point difference. And gasoline prices have increased by 29.9% since President Biden took office. And you wonder why we're having to work 2-3 jobs. And you wonder why we're in the shape we're in. And as we go to the dark side, which is the Nation, this is if you're not familiar with the Nation, it's a left-wing rag, basically. And John Nichols writes in there that Biden should channel his inner FDR and soak the rich. He's claiming that what Biden needs to do is introduce the Revenue Act of 1935, a plan to fund the New Deal by taxing the rich. Basically, what they're trying to do is start a wage war, a class war. And this progressive tax plan came to be known as FDR's wealth tax. And it went up to 75% of the income of Americans who are making more than $1 million a year at a time when the great mass of Americans struggled to get by during the lingering Great Depression. And that's what made it linger. This has happened not only in the U.S., but in countries all over the world. In fact, if you remember, a lot of you rock music fans remember when people like the Rolling Stones, and I'll give you an example of them and several other British rock stars leaving England because they were being taxed at something like 90% of their income once they made over $1 million. When you soak the rich, everyone gets wet. I'm taking that from the late Phil Valentine. It's very true. This is not a plan, John. It's a plan for destruction. Because all FDR's plan did was prolong the misery. You cannot raise taxes that high on income earners that own businesses, because all that's going to do is going to trickle down to the workers. Business owners understand this. Democrats don't. But when you tax them at such a high rate, then they quit. And for good reason. It's like Ronald Reagan once said. He said that when it came to taxing movie makers, the movie companies, he said, if they're going to tax me that much, I'll sit it out. I won't make all this money. But what that's going to do is cause people that work for the movies to be out of work. And the same thing happens all over the economy. So trying to get 75% of the income of Americans that are wealthy is going to be suicide for the United States of America. But that's what the left wants to do, and it's insane. And that's why you're seeing the country being in the economic shape it's in. And that's why I say this election, it's for Donald Trump to win or lose. And I pray to God that he does the right thing. Stay away from getting into Twitter fights with people like Jimmy Kimmel and people that don't matter. I don't mind him really going after the news media. That's fine. But if he wants to win, he's got to concentrate on what makes him a great candidate. And we've already seen what he can do really good and what he really excels at, because we saw it when he was president. He needs to concentrate on that and drive that home. And I hope he does so. It's 6:53. We've got news coming up at 7 o'clock with Kim Weaver. What's happening?
China says U.S. lawmakers are lying about TikTok being a national security threat. And Democrats in Tennessee up in arms over what high school students may have to watch as part of regular curriculum. We'll tell you about it at 7 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Hey, we'll talk more about Biden's dismal approval rating that's out there. Also, Trump voters want his fight in him. We were just talking about that. And also, Biden is leaving some people behind in Haiti. You won't believe who it is. 6:54, more coming up on Nashville's Morning News. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
7 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. We are putting a timeline on when we might see some strong thunderstorms with the potential to go severe. Tell you about it during the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Well, China this morning saying U.S. lawmakers are lying about TikTok being a national security threat. And the bill the U.S. House passed yesterday goes against international trade and fair competitive practices. Now, here's how U.S. Capitol reporter Rachel Baudet says it went down.
The Energy and Commerce Committee got a briefing, a classified briefing from the administration about TikTok. And just hours after they came out of this, they voted 50-0 to advance this bill out of committee. That is something I have never seen in all of my years covering Congress.
And the U.S. Senate expected to take up the bill next week. Right now in Nashville, Metro Police say a bystander was shot on Antioch Pike overnight as two cars were chasing each other. Someone in one of the cars started shooting. Bullets hit the man in another car nearby, and that man is in critical condition. Riley Strain disappearance. People in his hometown of Springfield, Missouri, showed up for a vigil last night there and prayed that he be found safe.
Lord, tonight we are praying for peace, your peace in the midst of this huge trial.
Nearly 500 people from Springfield, Missouri, are on their way here to Nashville to help bring him home. Now there's word that a homeless person claims to have seen Strain fall into some bushes near the Cumberland River Friday night, but that he got up and then disappeared. Also, authorities are investigating to see if Riley was overserved alcohol. Right now in Tennessee, a bill is advancing that has Democrats up in arms because they say it tries to indoctrinate high school students to be pro-life instead of pro-choice. It would require students to watch a 3-minute video of a fetus during family life courses. The Tennessean says it passed the House Education Instruction Committee yesterday, and it's scheduled to be taken up in the Senate Education Committee next week. And the State Department's watching the chaos in Haiti closely as street gangs have taken over the country's capital of Port-au-Prince. The U.S. has sent in an anti-terror team to protect the U.S. Embassy, while Americans there, many of them missionaries, are pleading for a way to get out.
With Haiti in chaos, thousands of Americans like missionary Miriam Sinodi and her group trapped and desperate to escape.
They can come and get some, they need to come and get all.
Jill Dolan can't escape, calling on the U.S. government to begin evacuations.
Every day I wake up thinking, Lord, please send us a chopper. Please send us an airplane that's going to come and rescue us today.
Port-au-Prince calm for now, but that violence could spike at any moment, which would, of course, make any potential evacuations that much harder.
That's Matt Rivers reporting. Market Numbers report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Checking futures ahead of this morning's opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures up 147. S&P up 16. NASDAQ up 65. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Howdy. How you doing? It is Nashville's Morning News. Dan Mandis is cruising, baby. He will be back Monday morning. We look forward to his return. Johnny B in his place, or John Bozeman, if you want to call me that. That's my real name. Along with Mason Fleming and Ken Weaver in the newsroom. You can get in touch with us on the Members Nutrition Super Text line, 615-737-9986. You can watch us on Super Talk TV. You can tell that the studio is a little cold this morning, so I'm putting my jacket back on. But you can watch that on Facebook Live, Twitch, X or Twitter, whatever you choose to call it. YouTube as well, and you can also watch on Supertalk or 99.7 WTN.com, and you can listen there too with an app. There's just so many ways to listen to Supertalk 99.7 WTN. Of course, Super Texter's telling us about the accident, 65 southbound around 8:40, and apparently a car fire. Hope everybody's okay in that. Apparently a pretty gruesome accident. And, of course, that's slowing down traffic going the other way because it's just human nature. You can't get away from it. People love to slow down and look at what's happening on the other side. It just always happens. I'm sorry it does, but it affects you in the traffic. Also, last hour we were talking about how John Nichols, this writer from the liberal rag, The Nation, is urging Biden to soak the very rich. And he wants the FDR plan of, taxing them at 75% for those making $1 million or more. And I'm telling you, that kills business. And even a super texter agrees with me. FDR, no fan of American business. And it prolonged, actually, the Depression. And it's just not a good idea. Not a good idea at all. Joe Biden's approval rating right now is at an all-time low, despite Democrats confirming he has secured enough delegates to become the nominee for the Democrat Party. According to poll 538, the president's average approval rating stands at 37.4%. That's the lowest since the December 2023 average of 37.6%. Biden's disapproval rating was last recorded at 56.5%, leaving with a net disapproval score of 19.2%. The low rate comes as the leader is continuing to face widespread questions about his electability, his concerns about his age and his memory, probably making car noises in DOJ interviews. He experienced a minor surge in approval following his State of the Union address. I didn't see a minor surge. It really didn't do much of anything from what I can see. It prompted bookmakers to slash his odds of securing a second term in the White House. Now you're getting into people betting on whether he's going to get it or not. I can't believe this. Betfair is involved in that. Betfair odds on Biden winning in November were reduced from 33.3% to 35%. Likely opponent Donald Trump's odds remained unchanged at 48%. Spokesman Sam Rosbottom, a large number of bookies expect Trump to beat Biden in the 2024 election, but he noted the president's chances have improved. How in the world could they have improved? He's not showing any signs of this. The State of the Union address didn't galvanize anyone other than the people that were looking for him to look a little more alive. And I will say he did. I don't know what they did to get him that way. But after the State of the Union address, I didn't see much of a usually after a State of the Union address, especially during an election year, a president will get everybody galvanized and kind of bring us together. And even though we have been separated for a long time as far as our political, ideology, Biden did none of that. All he did, he sounded like an angry old man. And I didn't really see any hope in his State of the Union. Other voters were appeased by Biden's performance during the State of the Union address, they say, during which he repeatedly took swipes at Trump over his campaign of hate, anger, revenge, and retribution. And we'll get into that when we come back after traffic. But, yeah, Trump's saying he's going to stay tough. And I really don't have a problem with him doing that. Also, solidarity among Democrats is usually a given, but right now, 14 House Democrats have backed a resolution denouncing President Biden's open border policy. And we'll get into that story up next, but right now, 7:14, let's check the traffic at Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Thank you, Jack. Appreciate it. Looks like it's going to be a partly cloudy day. Look for a high of 82 degrees. Thunderstorms will move in overnight, and some of those could be strong, so be on the lookout for that. Look for colder weather coming at the first of next week. Right now, we're at 57 degrees. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And, of course, we were talking about Joe Biden and his popularity and solidarity among Democrats. Well, that's been fractured a little bit. Because on Tuesday, 14 House Democrats backed a resolution that denounces his open border policy, according to The Hill. The resolution passed with a 226 to 193 vote. 13 members failed to cast a vote. Though 187 Democrats voted against the resolution, the fact that 14 fell out of step with their comrades is a sure sign that the border crisis has turned into such a nightmare that moderate Democrats can no longer ignore it. And that's the truth. It has become quite a quagmire at the border. In fact, right now, according to FAIR, that's the Federation for American Immigration Reform, you can check this every day. They have a counter on there about illegal border crossings. And for the past couple of days, usually around this time, it's in the 1,900 number. Right now, it's been ticking up every morning since then. Right now, we're at 2,367 illegal border crossings so far, and the day isn't really underway yet. It just started. That's how many illegal immigrants are coming into the country. And, of course, Tennessee trying to, of course, thank goodness it was just one lawmaker that was trying to pass a bill to let illegal immigrants have driver's licenses. That's what got us into trouble with 9/11. We conveniently forget that, some of us. But thank God it didn't pass, and the only person that wanted it was none other than Heidi Campbell, who was the person that tried to pass it and brought it to the vote. Anyway, and also in the Caribbean, Haiti is in a state of decay right now. And if you weren't aware, if you're just joining the story, gangs are roaming the streets. They have a leader. I forget his name now. It's Barbecue or something like that because he likes to burn his opponents alive. Joe Biden's White House has evacuated bureaucrats from the American embassy in the capital of Port-au-Prince. But they say don't expect the administration to do anything about the missionaries that are stuck in the country, the Christian missionaries. And in fact, I heard it in Ken's News. They're hoping for a helicopter, any kind of relief, but it doesn't look like it's coming. According to the New York Post, Jill Dolan, who runs an orphanage in Haiti with her organization, Love a Neighbor, said that while she's been in contact with the embassy, she's not getting help getting out of the country. U.S. missionary Jill Dolan runs the orphanage in Haiti through her organization, Love a Neighbor. She's trapped with her family at a makeshift motel in the capital of Port-au-Prince. She says she's worried nobody's coming to the rescue, and gang violence and lawlessness is really tearing it apart. She said, what I really would like to, they say, be safe. That's all they're getting from the American government. Be safe. I'm just like, okay, well, that's not really helpful. Well, no lie. But once again, Joe Biden is failing. That's been the common theme with this administration. Look what happened in Afghanistan. The horrible pictures of planes taking off, people trying to hang on to them for dear life, and stories of Afghanis committing suicide right in front of U.S. soldiers because they don't want to face the Taliban, because they know that is going to be a fate far worse than them taking their own lives. The pullout was horrible. Horrible. Joe Biden has been such an embarrassment, and his administration has been an embarrassment as well. Well, we have the Republican presidential primary behind him now. Former President Donald Trump said he's vowing to take a tough fight to his critics, his political persecutors, and also justice weaponizers in the Biden administration and the Democrat Party. And I agree with him on this. He said, I'll always be nice. I'll always be respectful. But when they hit you, you have to hit them back. And then people will say, oh, gee, Trump isn't a nice guy because he hit back hard. Trump told Greg Kelly Reports on Newsmax, they say Trump isn't a nice person, but they do like my policy. That's very true. That's very true. My problem is I don't want Trump to go after, I don't like the silly name calling, and especially right now because his base is behind him. There's no denying that. But what he has to do is reach out to independent voters and even some Democrat voters that right now they're really disenchanted because they see what's happening. They see that everything Biden is trying to do is failing. It's failing the United States, and they also don't like the illegal immigrants taking over the country because they see the problems it's causing. And that's the whole issue right here. You're seeing liberal policies and how they do not work. And we almost saw it here in our state once again, even though we didn't learn from, the late 1990s to the early 2000s of giving illegal immigrants driver's licenses without even having a Social Security number. We did that in this state. And it was my understanding that even some of the terrorists that attacked on 9/11 actually got their driver's licenses from Tennessee. And now you had Heidi Campbell trying to pass another law that would give these folks driver's license, basically, so they could drive, so they could be legal citizens without going through any kind of background check. Stupid, stupid policy. Trump says that his administration's achievements, in contrast to the Biden administration's failures, including safest border, greatest economy, greatest regulation cuts, rebuilt the military, created Space Force, which a lot on the left made fun of, but it was actually a great thing. But Kelly also asked, will all of that matter to the backers of President Joe Biden or the moderates that just like Trump's tone? They don't like his tone. He said, I don't want to be a phony. In a certain way, you could say, are you willing to really change and be a phony? I see it all the time where people are not being themselves. And I have to agree with him. I have to agree with him as far as that goes. Be yourself, man. Go after the media. Everybody understands that. Go after your political opponents, but do it in a way that's effective. Don't be a phony. Just be smart. That would be my advice to the president, the former president. Because that way you're going to win. Because with everything you achieved and with all the failures that this administration has had, really there's no way Trump can lose if he does that. It's 7:23, 7:30. We've got news with Ken Weaver. What's coming up, Ken?
Well, China says TikTok being a national security threat is all a lie. Another innocent bystander caught in the crossfire in Nashville. Tennessee lawmakers have killed a couple of bills addressing driver's licenses and how you go about getting them if you are illegal. President Biden heads to Michigan today. He's going to rally for Latino and black votes. We'll have details on these stories at 7:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Brother Ken. Donald Trump also says that the TikTok ban could help Facebook. We'll have that story along with the The Republican National Committee is suing Michigan as well. We got a lot more stories to give to you, too. It starts up at 7:35 right here on Nashville's Morning News.
7:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. Timing out the risk for severe weather. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. China says this morning U.S. lawmakers are lying about TikTok being a national security threat, and the bill passed in the House that could lead to a total ban, a violation of international trade law. And the app CEO, Xu Chu, vows to keep fighting.
We will continue to do all we can, including exercising our legal rights.
Well, the Democratic chairman and Republican ranking member of the Senate Intelligence Committee say they both favor fast action on this bill, fearing national security harm while TikTok continues to be owned and controlled by a communist-run firm, ByteDance. Here in Nashville, Metro Police say people in 2 cars chasing each other started shooting and injured a bystander. That man's in critical condition. He was in another car. This happened around 9:30 last night on Antioch Pike. And right now in Tennessee, a bill to require English-only driver's license tests is dead. News 2 says it was pulled yesterday by sponsor Hohenwald, Republican State Senator Joey Hensley, who said there just wasn't enough support yet. And a Democrat-sponsored bill that would allow illegal immigrants to drive in Tennessee through a permit also failed. Election 2024, Andy Field says President Biden's campaign goes to Michigan today.
The Biden campaign knows that another tight race will depend on getting more supporters out to vote. They'll start in Saginaw, Michigan, with its large Black and Latino population. The president will join supporters and volunteers and encourage them to recruit more voters and go door to door, saying a handful of votes could be the difference between a Biden or Trump win next fall.
By the way, a new Reuters Ipsos poll of registered voters that wrapped up yesterday show Trump is leading Biden in the 7 states where the election was closest in 2020, 40% to 37%. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
It's 7:38. Good morning. You're listening to Nashville's Morning News. Johnny B sitting in for Dan Mandis, who comes back on Monday. We're looking forward to his return. Also have Ken Weaver and Mason Fleming with us right here on Nashville's Morning News. And you, too, with Members Nutrition Super Text Line, 615-737-9986. And you can, of course, watch us on Super Talk TV as check that out at Facebook Live, Twitch, Twitter, or X, and YouTube, and of course, 997WTN.com will do the same thing. Around 8:05, we're going to talk to this woman has been all over the music scene. Her name is Deborah Evans Price, and she has interviewed so many celebrities. I mean, I'm talking everybody from Jack Bauer, Kiefer Sutherland, to a ton of country stars and just all kinds of stars. But she's put out a book that's really interesting. It's called Country Faith. And what it is, all these country stars, there's 70 of them, 70 inspired stories of biblical verses that they have lived by, that have been the most important to them. And we'll talk about the book, but we'll also talk about some of her more interesting interviews she's had over the years, because she's been here a long time. And Truth in Broadcasting, she has been a long time friend of mine, and in fact, we worked together at a little place called KZ Country on Nashville's Music Row. That's where I first met her when she first came to Nashville from Louisiana. One of the sweetest people you ever meet. Everybody that meets her loves her, and the stars really love her. In fact, I've gone to a couple of parties at her house and got to meet some people that are really cool. And she'll have a lot of great stories for us to kind of get us, take a break from the politics for a moment. It's 7:40, but politics is in the news. And plus, I guess it's Matt Murphy. I guess he's the one. Murphy Show likes to keep it on CNN. And CNN is running with this story. This is their lead story today. Vice President Kamala Harris is going to visit a Planned Parenthood clinic in Minnesota today. And this is part of the Biden administration's efforts to draw attention to the threat to abortion services and other reproductive rights ahead of this year's presidential election. So pretty obviously, I knew this was going to happen. This was going to be a big part of their campaign. And she has helped lead the charge on that, on the administration's efforts to protect abortion access. She's going to walk through the clinic, speak with staff members and a White House official who spoke on the condition of anonymity. It's the 6th on her nationwide Fight for Reproductive Freedoms tour. What a name for a tour. But anyway, that's the lead story on CNN, and that'll be happening today, and I'm sure a lot of us will be talking about that at some point. Speaking of Democrats, Trump claims that Democrats want to be his running mate. He said there's not a person in politics that doesn't want it, and he said that includes Democrats. He said if I wanted, I'd have a Democrat. I'd have a liberal. I'd have anybody I want. But ultimately, he said a Democrat will not be the vice presidential candidate that he picks. He said we're going to pick somebody that's really good, really, really conservative, loves law and order, low taxes, which I love that, low interest rates, thank you, and, of course, borders. He said we have to have the border. The border is killing our country. That's the truth. And if he runs on that, I promise you he has a good chance of winning. As for the pick that he'll have for VP, Trump is telling him that he has it in his brain, is not announcing it outside the fact that the vice president is among the names being bandied about in the media. It's the formal process in my brain, he said, suggesting that he alone is making the pick. He said, I look at the same people that everybody else is looking at. We've had some really great people. I think we really have some great people that want it. He said he's expressed that he would love to have a great vice president. Some GOP primary challengers' names are off the short list. He said, I probably have a couple of people that you may know very well, some people that I didn't think behaved properly, he claims. Yet I think I've ruled some people out, and I've ruled a lot of people in. So it'll be very interesting to see who that will be. Odds makers are saying that they think it's going to be South Dakota Governor Kristi Noem. They pick her as the favorite. And, of course, she famously invited Trump to her state to make his 2020 campaign speech at Mount Rushmore for Independence Day. So it'll be interesting to see where Trump goes as far as his vice presidential pick. Now, the Republican National Committee has filed a lawsuit against the Michigan Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, over alleged noncompliance with federal mandates that are regarding this upkeep of the state's inflated and inaccurate registry of voters. They say it's all about election integrity, and it starts with clean voter rolls. And that's why the National Voter Registration Act requires state officials to keep their rolls accurate and up to date, according to RNC Chair Michael Whatley. He said Jocelyn Benson has failed to follow the NVRA, of course, the National Voter Registration Act, leaving Michigan with inflated and inaccurate voter rolls ahead of the 2024 election. In the lawsuit, the RNC is claiming that 76 of Michigan's 83 counties, that's 91% of the counties, have inflated voter rolls that demonstrate a lack of compliance with the NVRA. He said the lawsuit states that 53 of Michigan's 83 counties have more active registered voters than residents over 18. Benson, of course, is denouncing the lawsuit in the Detroit Free Press as a marketing ploy. She claims that it's a PR campaign masquerading as a meritless lawsuit filled with baseless accusations that seek to diminish people's faith in the security of our elections. Well, I hate to tell you, but I see a lot of truth in what the RNC is saying. We saw too many shenanigans going on, especially thanks to the COVID lockdowns during our elections. Georgia is another great example. Do we not remember the polls being closed? Due to what? A plumbing leak? And some polls closing at 2 a.m. to restart their voting process? That has never happened. But it's happening these days, and I'm glad the RNC is taking the initiative to look at voter registration and also some voting irregularities across the country. We need to get back to paper ballots. I've said that many, many times. But it's going to be a process that we really have to watch closely. And thank God the RNC is looking at the Michigan voter rolls, and we'll have to watch that story and see how that progresses. It's 7:46. Time to check the roads from the WTN Traffic Center. Thank you, Jack. Looks like it's going to be partly cloudy today. Look for a high around 82 degrees. It's going to be nice and warm. And that does bring thunderstorms into the mix for overnight and some rain tomorrow. Look for a high, I already said 82 degrees right now. At 56, did you say there, Brother Mason? Thank you. Thank you very much. That's on Music Row right here on Super Talk 99.7 WTN. And let's take a look at also, they say that Hunter Biden is declining to attend a House hearing. Hunter Biden yesterday rejected an invitation from House Republicans to appear for a public hearing. Next week, alongside his former business associates, with an inquiry his attorney dismissed as a carnival sideshow. Okay. In a letter obtained by the Associated Press, Abby Lowell, who is the president's son attorney, she blasted Republicans' efforts to bring his client before a public hearing after he had sat for nearly a 7-hour deposition last month. Said this latest step is not a serious oversight proceeding. It is your attempt to resuscitate your conference's moribund inquiry with a made-for-right-wing media circus act. And two, Hunter Biden is up on some charges, some gun charges. Did you hear about that? Yes, indeed. He is facing gun charges for a trial with that. Said a federal judge yesterday ruled that Hunter Biden will go on trial for felony gun charges. In less than 3 months, proceedings are set to begin the week of either June 3rd or 10th. June 3rd being my wedding anniversary. That'd be a good anniversary gift. The president's son was accused last year of lying on an FBI background check. And it was a form in order to purchase a Colt Cobra 38 SPL revolver. He claimed not to be a drug user when, in fact, at the time he was. And it was revealed in his own memoir, Beautiful Things. According to Bloomberg, Delaware U.S. District Court Judge Mary Ellen Norica said during a telephone hearing that the start dates are tentative and that a number of details have yet to be worked out before a final decision will be made on that. She noted that there will still be motions to toss the case that could be considered. Hunter Biden was charged with making false statements while purchasing the firearm. He was making false statements regarding information kept by the federal firearms licensed dealers and unlawful possession of a firearm. If found guilty, he could face up to 25 years in prison. But I don't think that'll happen to him personally. I think he'll walk. Last June, he was prepared to plead guilty to tax charges with the expectation that the gun charges would be dismissed as part of a plea deal. But that deal fell apart the following month. However, after Norica realized that in the diversion agreement, both defense and prosecution appeared to have agreed that Biden would also gain immunity for any charges stemming from not having filed as a foreign agent when conducting business deals overseas. Prosecutors have explained that this was not their understanding, at which point the plea deal was struck down and Biden pleaded guilty. So that's a story we'll have to watch as well. Old Hunter Biden facing gun charges and for lying that he was off drugs. He wasn't using drugs when he bought the firearm, when in actual fact he was. The Biden crime family never leaves any stone unturned. I mean, it's unbelievable what we have seen out of this family. And they get away with it. That's what bothers me. But they are going to get away with it. Also, in other news, they say the percentage of lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer adults in the U.S. is continuing to increase. They say it's reaching an all-time high of 7.6% in 2023. Broken down by gender, the survey of 12,000 people 18 and older across the country found that women were more likely, they're twice as likely as men to identify as LGBTQ. And they say the majority of women say they are, these Generation Z crowd, that they are bisexual. And it doesn't surprise me with how much Hollywood is driving home this narrative. They say almost 30% of Gen Z women identify as bisexual. That's according to Jeffrey Jones, a senior editor at Gallup. He told NBC News that's where a lot of the growth seems to be happening is with women. This is the first year that Gallup has laid out its annual LGBTQ identification report in a way that breaks down each generation by gender. And looking at all generations, 8.5% of women and 4.7% of men identified as LGBTQ. The survey also reported that margins of sampling of error of plus or minus 4% points among LGBTQ respondents. And as I said, it doesn't surprise me a lot. With Hollywood, I mean, I don't care what movie you see or what television program you see, they're really putting this in your face a lot. Now, I have, as far as adults go, however you want to live your life, as long as you're not hurting anyone else, I have no problem with whatever you want to do. That's your business. But it bothers me when they try to infiltrate it on children. Let children be children. And we don't need it just crammed down our throats in movies and media. And it seems to be these days. And it appears to me that we have really left behind just good common sense and really a trust in God. And that's one reason I would really like to get into this discussion about country faith. It's a great book and great stories of country artists that have turned to their faith in their times of crises and also in their times of great celebration of their of their success and of their careers. It's 7:53, and we got news coming up at 8 o'clock with my friend Ken Weaver. Ken, what's happening?
Well, there is breaking news dealing with TikTok, and it involves the former U.S. Treasury Secretary under former President Trump. I'll tell you about it at 8 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Thank you, Ken. 7:53 is Nashville's Morning News. Johnny B. in for Dan Mandis. We'll be back with a lot more at 8:05. We'll talk to Deborah Evans-Price about country music and country faith on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Pro-Palestine.
8 o'clock on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. We are tracking the timeline for the potential for some strong, maybe severe storms today. Full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes. Got some breaking news. Multiple reports saying former U.S. Treasury Secretary under former President Trump, Steven Mnuchin, is putting together a team of investors to make a bid to buy TikTok. Just yesterday, the U.S. House passed a bill that could ban the communist-run social media app unless that company sells it off. And Stephen Portnoy says the U.S. Senate's expected to take up the bill next week.
The Democratic chairman and Republican ranking member of the Senate Intelligence Committee say they both favor fast action on the bill, fearing national security harm, while TikTok continues to be owned and controlled by a firm based in China. The app CEO, Shou Chu, vows to keep fighting.
We will continue to do all we can, including exercising our legal rights.
The bill aims to force China-based ByteDance to sell TikTok within 6 months. But experts say a divestiture probably wouldn't solve all the app's security problems.
Meanwhile, China this morning said claims that TikTok's a threat to U.S. national security is a lie. Right now in Nashville, Metro Police say a bystander was shot on Antioch Pike overnight and is in critical condition. 2 cars were chasing each other when someone in one of the cars started shooting and the bullets hit this person in another car nearby. Riley Strain disappearance update. People in his hometown of Springfield, Missouri showed up for a vigil last night to pray that he be found safe.
Lord, tonight we are praying for peace, your peace in the midst of this huge trial.
Strain kicked out of Luke Bryan's bar while out on the town with fraternity friends Friday night. Now there's word that a homeless person says they saw Strain fall into some bushes near the Cumberland River. On Friday night, there have been searches with boats. Some folks still get newspapers delivered to their homes, but they may be late today. Reagan Medji telling us what happened at one of the largest printing facilities in the nation.
Pro-Palestinian protesters blocking the entrance of the facility, preventing those delivery trucks from entering and picking up those newspapers. Now, the protesters blocked the roads with office equipment in a pile, also by laying down on the ground in a chain. They held signs reading, "Stop the presses, Free Palestine."
Yeah, police broke it up around 3:30 Eastern time this morning and made no arrests. By the way, the New York Times, USA Today, Wall Street Journal, Newsday, and the New York Post all printed at this facility. Market Numbers Report brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. Online at beaconcm.com. Checking futures ahead of this morning's opening bell on Wall Street. Dow futures up 142. Looks like NASDAQ up 46, S&P up 10. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Well, welcome back in. It's Nashville's Morning News at 8:07. Good morning. Johnny B sitting in for Dan Mandis, who is on a cruise. He's on a sea cruise, baby. He'll be back on Monday, and we're looking forward to Dan's return, and I know we'll hear a lot of great stories out of Dan. We also have Mason Fleming and, of course, Ken Weaver in the newsroom. And if Ken wants to get involved in this next discussion, he certainly can, because he's a country fan as well and a fan of all music. And we are very honored today to have a good friend of mine, actually, Deborah Evans-Price. You've read a lot of her work. Man, you've written for everybody. You've written for Billboard. I've seen your stuff in Woman's Day. But we actually met in radio. You were working at Radio KZ Country.
Boy, that was some fun times, John. Sitting here looking at you and with the microphone, that brings back a lot of good memories. Yeah. Boy, we used to have some laughs.
Boy, we did. She has enough on me that I've got to pay her off every now and then to not write a book.
Yeah. We go back a long way.
If you want the dirt on when Johnny B was kind of a wild, crazy guy, or we could say wild and crazy guy.
Oh my gosh, and that was just right up the street here.
Yeah, it was. In fact, that's where Curb Records is now.
Exactly. Every time I pass that building.
Yeah.
I think about those days. That was so much fun.
That was fun. So when did you get into town? Like, what year was that?
Wow. I moved up here in the fall of 83, October of 83. It's hard to believe. So last year made 40 years.
Wow.
I came up here right after college, right after LSU. I love it, boy, but, you've been here longer than I have, so you know all the changes. Isn't it crazy? Every time I'm driving downtown and seeing the how different the landscape looks and the skyline and the traffic. That's the only detriment, though. Everything else, though, I think we're just getting bigger and better.
Yeah, we are. And I always love Nashville. I mean, it's just one of those magic towns. As long as it doesn't overlook what made it popular, which is music, and particularly country music. Because a lot of people that move into town, they don't understand country music. They don't understand the importance of it and how special it is to all of us here.
That's true. I urge everybody that comes to Nashville to go to the Country Music Hall of Fame. And make sure you spend a lot of time there. Get familiar with the people that built this city from the ground up. There's just such a wonderful legacy. People like Chet Atkins.
Yes.
And, going back to like the Wilburn brothers that got Loretta Lynn started. And the Hall of Fame, and they do a wonderful job. Like there's an exhibit called American Currents.
Yes.
So they do a great job at highlighting, what's happening now. But if you want to really understand the roots and what made Music City, I love the Hall of Fame.
Oh, I do too. And I love everything about what makes Nashville great. It really made me sad when we started seeing studios being torn down. Like, it broke my heart when Soundstage was torn down.
Oh, me too.
Because that's where, Paul McCartney had recorded there, and so much history.
Exactly.
And now we have Condo, it looks like it was in Berlin. There, but it's
that
just
is
sad.
I'm glad they've been able to save RCA Studio B. I know that was a fight, but the people that have kept that around, kudos to them.
Oh, exactly. Well, I want to ask you about this because we're going to ask you a lot of stuff this morning because you have such a history here and you know so many people, and there's a good reason for that. And I will beat the drum for her. She is one of the nicest people I've ever met in the music industry, and she's just got a heart of gold. And I was really looking forward to this book, Country Faith. It's 70 inspired stories with the leading country music stars. And you have everybody in here. I mean, Oak Ridge Boys.
Oh, yeah,
all
John,
four
I'm
of them.
so excited about this. We actually did this book like 10 years ago, and you were so kind to talk to me way back then.
Yes.
And we have a new publisher, Dayspring, and so we wanted to update it and add, we've still got the Oak Ridge Boys, we've got Kimberly from Little Big Town, we got Randy Owen from Alabama, Carrie Underwood, all the people that were in the first book are in this one, but we've beefed it up. I think the first book was about 50 people. We've added a lot of new acts, Chris Jansen, Brett Young, Michael Ray. So that has been so much fun. And something that I was flipping through the book myself this morning because, I wrote it and I hadn't really spent much time with it since it hit the shelves a month ago. But I was surprised at how many people have their favorite Bible verses tattooed on them because that's what the book is. I just ask people one question, what's your favorite, scripture and why? And like Chris Jansen has his verse tattooed, Brett Young.
Wow.
Jeremiah 29:11 is Brett's favorite, and his dad is a pastor. So his dad was not happy that even though it was scripture,
It was a tattoo.
It's a tattoo,
Get that off your body, boy. You also have Rory Feek in here, too, which is fantastic. And that was so heartbreaking how he lost his wife.
Oh, John, it was. And, it particularly has made me cry a lot. She and I had the same oncologist. We had the same cancer.
Oh, man.
And I remember sitting at her kitchen table talking to Joey when they thought they had got it all and she was clear, and we were talking about how thankful we were. And then it just broke my heart that hers came back.
Yeah, she seemed like such a beautiful person.
She was just inside and out.
Yes.
I mean, like if you saw her, she was tall and gorgeous and striking. But I remember doing an interview with her at their restaurant one time, and she kept jumping up to get people coffee. I mean, she just had such a great heart, would do anything for anybody.
Well, see, that's why I like country artists, because it just seems like they have more of a connection with their fans. Mm-hmm. They seem to really live by great, just great common sense in their life. And by the way, I've got to show this for all of you on Super Talk TV. That is a cool picture of William Lee Golden.
Isn't that great?
Man, that is cool.
Oh, he is really 85 cool. now. And
I know.
And somebody was telling me he does like 100 sit-ups a day. Isn't that crazy?
Man, that is crazy.
Oh, I mean, and nobody can keep up with him. I mean, he is just something else.
Oh, no.
And the nicest guy, like the sweetest person.
Well, that whole family, I've noticed. The Goldens are just a great bunch of people. And I loved I loved Joe Bonzel's choice, and I also loved what he had to say, because he's facing a lot of health problems himself. And he had to retire, which had to be hard because he loved what he did.
Oh, I know. There's nobody that had more energy on stage than Joe, and loved fans. I know Dan is on a cruise this week. And
yes, he is.
There is a cruise that my husband and I, Gary and I, have done for like 9 years now, the country music cruise.
Oh, yes.
And the Oak Ridge Boys have always been like one of the anchor acts on that cruise. And Joe would be, midnight, he's up having pizza, on the Lido deck with fans running around barefoot. So, I mean, all the Oak Ridge Boys, but they, like you were saying, country artists, they just have this connection, with the listeners.
Right.
That I cover other genres of music too, and I don't see that as much, I think, in other genres.
Yeah, and that's very true. And Joe, I will say this, and we'll get to it because we got to take a break for traffic. But Joe, anytime we had him on the Phil Valentine show, I got more comments from not only people in radio that would listen, but also listeners just loved anytime Joe was on the show. Oh, and so that was always a treat when he would be on with us on the Phil Valentine show. Well, I would like to ask you about more artists and more famous people that you've interviewed, because you've led a very interesting life. And so we're going to talk about that next. It's 8:15, time to check the roads from the WTN Traffic Center. And thank you, Jack. Looking at the weather today, Deborah, you're going to like this. It's going to be a high today of 82. 82, get out and enjoy it.
Oh,
Plus, we do have thunderstorms moving into the mix, though. But those are kind of nice to watch, especially from your house, because you have such a view. But anyway, hopefully they won't be too strong. Right now, we are sitting at 58 degrees on Nashville's Music Row. Super Talk 99.7 WTN. Of course, Deborah has a book out, and I'll put it up for all of you on Super Talk TV if you can see it. It's called Country Faith, and it's got all the country music stars in here and a lot of good ones. Like I said, all the Oak Ridge Boys are in here. John Anderson I saw. You also have Charlie Dan. In fact, when my wife bought this, I said, I think I have this already, because I was thinking of the previous book. And then I started seeing newer art. I said, oh, no, this is different. They've upgraded.
Yeah, like Jordan Davis.
Yes.
And, so many of the new ones that I love.
Now, you have a gentleman here that we're well aware of. He's been on this radio station many times, Lee Greenwood, and I'll show this to everybody. Lee Greenwood, I think, must be he must be related to Chris Webber on The Drive with Brian Wilson. They look a lot alike. There's some resemblance there.
I think so.
And you also had one that I really liked in here, if I can get to it. T. Graham Brown is in here.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Dan Mandis would love this. Joe D. Messina. He is a huge Joe D. Messina fan.
She's amazing. And, she has been through so much. She battled cancer.
Yes.
She moved to Georgia. But boy, I tell you, musically, spiritually, every which way, Joe D. is back and on track. And I can't wait to hear what music comes out of her next. She's got a lot to say these days.
Yeah, and he really wants to have her on the show. So hopefully he can make that happen because he's a huge fan.
Oh, that would be awesome.
He loves it. Now, see, one artist that I can't get to it. I should have put a bookmark on it. But Lori Morgan, I liked what she had to say in here.
Me too.
And
Lori's.
plus, the picture is nice. She's a very
she's gorgeous.
She's a very pretty girl. See, I've always come close to Lori Morgan, and I have always almost been in the same orbit because my dad was a huge friend of George Morgan. Mm-hmm. Because, Dad was very involved with country music.
Oh, yeah. I remember your dad. He did a lot for this city.
Oh, who can forget him? He's unforgettable. Once you met him, yeah, you never forgot that. But anyway, I like what Lori had to say. Plus, I liked what she said about the country needs to get back to God. Mm-hmm. And I did like that because she said she got that from Mike Huckabee. And I like old Huck.
Oh, me too. And I love her saying that because that was kind of a recurrent theme in putting together this book was how many artists just feel like they loved being able to talk about their faith. Because, if you're a Christian or gospel singer, talking about Jesus is just part of what you do. That's part of the job description. But country artists don't always have a platform to talk about their faith. And that was wonderful to be able to give them that platform in this book. And we have a Christmas book coming out in the fall. We had previously done a country faith Christmas book, and we are updating that as well. I'm so excited. We got Lainey Wilson's favorite cookie recipe.
Oh,
we have got a lot of cool stuff from Jordan Davis. We've got Chris Jansen, a lot of the newer artists as well. As the people that were in the first book, like Reba and Alan Jackson. And I'm excited about that. I've actually been putting the finishing touches on that this week, getting people's last minute photos. And I love, we've got a picture of Alan Jackson sitting on Santa's lap. I love that picture. That is so cute.
I got to give you a picture. I got to give you a picture of, there's a picture of Trace Adkins and his wife she's sitting on Santa's lap. And I actually got to meet Santa. I think it was a day after they saw him.
That's great.
And Santa never forgot that. So he was very excited about that. Now you've also interviewed not just country artists, but you interview everyone. I've seen everyone from Valerie Bertinelli to one that I really loved was Kiefer Sutherland. And we both talk about that dude is a great songwriter.
He is a terrific songwriter.
And good singer.
And yes, he is. He's got one of those really distinctive voices.
Yeah.
And it's so sad, John, because anyone who is successful as an actor, people just don't give them their due if they try to make it as a musician. But same ain't Dennis Quaid. He has a great gospel album that came out about 6 months ago that I love. That's got classic gospel songs as well as some beautiful new stuff that he's written. Billy Bob Thornton. I've interviewed him.
He's a character.
He is. I have to tell you, though, and not saying this to brag on myself, but the best compliment I've ever got is when I introduced Billy Bob to my husband, Gary. He shook his hand. He said, I'd have married Debbie if I'd have met her first.
Well, you got to love that.
That's the sweetest lie I think I've ever heard.
I don't think that's a lie, Deborah. I don't think that's a lie at all. And you also, you've just interviewed all kinds of great people. And one that was interesting that we talked about was Andrea Bocelli.
That was definitely different. John, I'm so blessed to get to talk to so many different people because I write for and work for different outlets like Jesus Calling and Billboard and Woman's World and all these places. So I got an email asking if I wanted to interview him, and Jesus Calling had been wanting an interview. So we did it, and they were filming it because Jesus Calling has a TV show, podcast, and a magazine. I only had 15 minutes. What I didn't know is that he speaks very little English. So I sit down, there's this room full of intense-looking people, And they said, oh, by the way, he mostly speaks Italian, very little English. His wife, Veronica, will translate. So I'm asking her the questions. She translates to Italian. And then he turns to me and in this incredible voice is just like, da, 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 da. And I thought, I have no idea what he's saying, but I love the way he's saying it.
It sounds so pretty.
Oh, it sounded great. But because we were limited on time, she didn't have time to translate back what he was saying. So I had no clue. So I would just spit out my questions. She would ask him. It was the most unusual interview I've ever done. And we had to get his team to translate it for us, afterwards because it was all in Italian. But that was a lot of fun. I mean, I was just honored to be in his presence. I mean, he's one of the greatest voices of all time, I think.
And you also talked to the ex-wife of one of my favorite musicians, Eddie Van Halen, Valerie Bertinelli.
I love Valerie. She is we've all watched her on One Day at a Time, Hot in Cleveland, all those great TV shows.
Right.
She is just every bit as sweet and fun and lovable as you would think from watching her career over the years.
Yeah.
Such a nice lady. And her son, Wolfie, got married back last fall.
Wow, yeah.
And I've interviewed him for Billboard. Talk about a musician.
Oh, he's
he
fantastic.
Plays everything on the albums, writes every song. And I don't know if I've ever told you this, but I actually got to interview Eddie years ago.
Really?
Yes, it was a phone interview, and it was for Billboard. Thanks. He was so nice. And 20 minutes into the interview, I heard this alarm going off, and I'm like, oh, I hear the alarm. I said, I guess the interview's over. He goes, nah. I said, my manager set that alarm, to tell me when the time was up. He said, I like you, kid. Let's keep talking. Best compliment ever,
Oh, man, I would live with that. That is Eddie Van Halen.
He was amazing.
He was, and he is sorely missed.
Oh, he is. Such a nice guy.
Well, you've interviewed a lot of, and one guy that is in here that I really love is none other than Wade Hayes. And you talk about an inspirational fellow, and he's one of the last ones in here. And you saved the best for last. And I love what he had to say. But, folks, if you want to see what he had to say, you got to buy the book.
Oh.
And you can find it anywhere. It's Country Faith. Yeah. I really appreciate you coming in this morning. They're yelling at me about time. In fact, Mason's about to go out of his mind.
Oh, my goodness. This went by so quickly.
It went by way too quick. We need to have you back sometime, Deborah.
This was a great start to my birthday.
Your birthday's coming up. When is it?
Today.
Today's your birthday?
I couldn't think of any better way to spend it.
Happy birthday to you, Mary. Do it like Elvis. That's right, baby. The Big E. Happy birthday to Deborah Evans Price.
I'm going to go see the Bellabys, Jesse and No, tonight at Bobby's.
Oh, cool.
Doesn't it sound like a fun way to spend a birthday?
That does, and they're good too.
Oh, so
I got to jam with those guys actually. Them and Chris Golden, who I absolutely love.
At our picking parties, we have.
I was nervous though.
Oh, you shouldn't have been nervous. And I've told you this before, and I got to say it for the public. You do a better version of Copperhead Road than Steve Earle.
Oh, he'll hate me forever now.
Your voice, the intensity, and
yeah.
Whew, I can't wait to do that again.
Well, man, that is a very good compliment. I appreciate that. And thank you for coming in. It's 8:25. Ken Weaver. Weather and news coming up at 8:30. What's coming up?
Well, the weather shows that there is weather, and we have another measure of inflation to look at and tell you about at 8:30 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
I deserve that, Ken, whether or not it was justified. I think
no pun intended.
Yeah. It's 8:25. Gang of Four Amigos coming up. 8:35. Keep it on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
8:30 on the dot. I'm Ken Weaver with your top stories. We've got the full forecast and traffic in 5 minutes and another measure of inflation. Yeah, this one showing the cost of things we buy before it hits store shelves rose more than expected in February. Labor Department shows prices remain up 1.6% year over year. That's the highest level since September. Makes it even more likely there will not be an interest rate cut until summer at the earliest. Here's a new development over TikTok. Reports say former U.S. Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin, under former President Trump's putting together a team of investors to buy the social media platform. Just yesterday, the House passed a bill that could ban the app unless the Chinese Communist Party-run parent company sells it off. The EPA says all commercial sterilizing facilities that use ethylene oxide, or ETO, must install new pollution control technology and monitor it constantly for leaks. Long-term exposure to ETO, according to the EPA, has been linked to a number of types of cancer, and the group Earth Justice says nearly 14 million Americans live within 5 miles of facilities that use ETO. And this morning, Amazon unveiling a new partnership with pharmaceutical company Eli Lilly aimed at bringing medications directly to patients' doors, meaning patients can now see a healthcare provider, get a prescription, and then get their medications delivered without ever leaving their homes. And right now in Tennessee, a bill advancing that Democrats are up in arms over because they say it tries to indoctrinate students to be pro-life instead of pro-choice. This would require high school students to watch a 3-minute video of a fetus during family life courses. The Tennessean says it passed the House Education Instruction Committee yesterday. It's scheduled to be taken up in the Senate Education Committee, next week. Market Numbers Report. Market Numbers brought to you by Beacon Capital Management. That is Beacon Capital Management. Online, it is beaconcm.com. All right, checking the markets now that we are 3 minutes into the new trading day. The Dow is up 112. NASDAQ up 19. S&P up 5. That's the latest news. Traffic and weather next. I'm Ken Weaver, WTN News.
Oh, it's that time once again. It's time for the gang of four amigos. Ken Weaver's over in the newsroom. Good morning, Ken.
Good morning, boys. Yes.
And by the way, I have a book for you here, Ken. Also, brother Mason Fleming has made it in.
I'm trying.
Are you awake?
Also trying. It's like we're managing.
That's the way to go, brother Mason.
Yes, it is. And, of course, always here, right on time, brother Chris Ham.
Hey,
good morning, Chris.
Good morning.
How you doing, man?
I'm good. Your guest was so sweet.
Yeah, isn't she a sweetheart?
I thought you might take a swing at me when I said I didn't know any Van Halen songs.
I know you're getting a lot of grief for not knowing Van Halen. We'll have you over to the house sometime, and I'll get some Van Halen into your life.
Perfect. I'm looking forward to it.
We'll have to do that. Come out to the Bozeman farm.
Yes.
Looks like a biker. It looks like bikers live there.
I'm in.
Okay.
Sign me up.
Don't let it scare you.
No.
We're really nice people, actually.
I'm actually, that makes me want to go more.
Oh, well, good. We'll have a good time there.
You know, like I grew up and a couple of my buddies' mom's boyfriends were Hell's Angels.
Really?
Yeah, so like the biker stuff doesn't scare me.
Yes, it doesn't me either. I've grown up around bikers. And, even some have let me into their secret meetings.
No kidding.
Oh, yeah.
I had some neighbors. We had the safest street in Tulsa.
Oh, yeah, it's like having the mafia.
And nothing happened on that street.
Yeah, it's kind of like having the mafia next door, Yeah, they don't bother. Well, it was really funny because I had a brother-in-law in my first marriage, and this was in Kansas. But he was, what was the name of that biker? I think they were called the Elfisteros.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, that sounds scary enough,
doesn't it? That sounds
doesn't it?
scary right there.
But they were really nice guys. But my mother-in-law lived alone, and this guy had become interested in her, and he was a drunk.
Oh.
And he would not leave her home.
Oh,
and
no.
we couldn't get him to leave, so I went and got my brother-in-law.
Yeah.
I said, hey, and they were all there, all the bikers, and I said, you guys wouldn't mind getting this guy out of our house, would you? Oh, man, it was like I told him it was Christmas. They said, oh, yeah, man, let's go.
Yeah.
And he left quickly.
Problem solved.
Because there was a big guy. His name was Kirby. He was like about 6'5".
Oh, geez.
Oh, yeah, just a monster. And he said, you about ready to leave? Yeah, I think so. Problem solved, no violence.
No, I like it.
No violence at all. So you came in this morning and you had an interest. You asked me if I was on LinkedIn, and I had to tell you I linked out.
Yeah.
I forgot my all of my login stuff.
So you're there, but you're not.
I'm there, but
are you on LinkedIn, Ken?
I'm on there.
Do you know you get those notifications where it'll say people recently viewed your profile?
Yeah.
So, usually they're trying to sell you to reactivate the premium subscription, and they blur out who it is.
Yeah.
Got a weird one this morning.
Oh, yeah?
Said, people you may be interested recently viewed your profile.
Who was it?
It says that he works at the FBI. So, not a joke.
Now, that'll get you to click that link.
I said that to Johnny. I said, I really hope this is just a sales tactic for them to make me reactivate premium, because I'm wondering why on earth. Not me. I'm the guy that jokes that birds aren't real.
Right. Was his handle Ray is the way?
I don't know. Leave me out of this. I don't want the FBI looking at my profile.
Hey, check out this hand guy.
Jeez.
Find out what he's all about.
Yeah.
Where's my oatmeal?
Yeah, not a fan.
I wouldn't blame you, man. Because I remember when we first moved to Eagleville in Tennessee. Of course, it's just right near where we live now. And I was getting up to do show prep. This is while I was with the Phil Valentine show, and I was getting on the computer that morning. When I went to my Facebook, it said I was already logged in, and
that's weird.
It was very weird. Well, I saw the location. Wow, it was in Virginia, right near Washington, D.C.
Oh, that's not suspicious.
Not at all. I felt so comfortable.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, it's scary, man. It's scary.
Well, leave me alone.
Yeah, just leave me alone.
Yeah.
You're going to get a knock at the door, Brother Chris.
I mean, listen, you call for them to dismantle the FBI 2 dozen times,
Right.
and all of a sudden,
Yeah.
they want to look at your LinkedIn profile.
Just wait till the dinosaur people get a hold of it. Hey, Ken, I got you a...
What you got for me there,
I've
brother
got
Johnny
you the
B?
country faith book that Deborah left behind.
I'll take it.
Because we bought one, and then she gave me one, so I'll give you one, and I think I've got another one coming. So,
Yeah, well, I want to see what Brother Wade Hayes had to say.
oh, it's very good. It's very good. But she, man, you talk about somebody that has lived a life. She has talked to so many artists and so
Right.
many stars.
Right.
And it's very interesting to hear her stories about them. Some you can't tell on the air.
Sure.
And we just can't discuss, so we won't. Now, what did you bring to the table today, my brother?
Did you hear what's going on in Massachusetts?
What's going on?
There in the town of Brookline, they have banned selling tobacco products for anyone born after 2000.
And why?
For public safety, of course.
Oh, they're trying to keep us safe.
Does that not seem like the weirdest law?
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems a little intrusive.
So they passed it, and then it was held up in court. If you were born after January 1st, 2000 in this town in Massachusetts, Brookline, you are not allowed to buy any tobacco products.
Good Lord.
What's going on, man?
It's the nanny state, I'm telling you.
It's the craziest thing. Now, listen, I'm not smoking. I don't know. I'm not going to here to argue that it's a good thing.
No, it's
Right,
not. I mean, we
right.
all know it's bad.
Yeah.
But like, leave me alone.
Yes.
Well, that's the whole thing. I mean, yeah, alcohol's not good for us.
No.
But are we stopping it? Are we? No.
It feels like when New York banned the large sodas.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
I do remember that.
Yeah, so that they adopted an ordinance that bans the sale of tobacco to anyone born in the 21st century. And it's being looked at as a possible model for other cities and towns to clamp down on cigarette and tobacco products.
Well, I loved in New York when they had a smoking ban in Madison Square Garden, and they had Keith Richards, of course, was smoking on stage of the Rolling Stones.
Yeah.
And they tried to tell him to stop.
Well, what did he say?
Well, I don't think I can say it on the air, but needless to say, he didn't quit smoking on the stage.
Right.
Good for him. I mean, but this Massachusetts law was signed by their former Republican governor, Charlie Baker, in 2018. Like, this is, quote unquote, Republicans are passing this. And it's
Republicans are passing it.
Yeah. And then so a court upheld the law recently.
See, now that's why I've gone more libertarian. Too many Republicans try to be nanny state, too. And they do it in this state as well.
I am definitely falling into the leave me alone
Yes,
crowd.
please. Well, and
More and more, dude.
Yeah, I mean, we don't need a nanny state.
No.
Because when you start doing that, then they'll start infringing on which they already are.
Yep.
If you want to destroy your life, I mean, if you want to get lung cancer, hey, that's your business.
Listen, you're allowed to eat cheeseburgers and be 300 pounds. They're
exactly.
not going to ban the sale of cheeseburgers to people that are morbidly obese.
Nor should they. It's up to you. It's personal responsibility. That's the way it ought to be.
Yeah.
But if somebody wants to have a drink, they should be able to, as long as they don't, have 9 and get in the car and hurt someone.
Well, and then you see like, oh, well, we're going to ban vapes with watermelon flavor. Watermelon vodka's fine. It's like, well, the watermelon vapes are too attractive to kids, but watermelon vodka, don't worry about it.
Well, it's like even the gummies, that they're trying to, because this state's really having a problem with them. And it's like, if this is what people want.
Yeah. Well, I mean, cannabis helps a lot of people.
Yes, it does.
And it means they don't have to take pills that can kill them.
Well, exactly.
Too many people make money off of pills.
Well, and there's the problem. A lot of it is the pharmaceutical companies. They try to stop all this stuff because they make a killing off of pain relief of any kind.
Yep. They just want what's best.
Yeah, for them.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's like my doctor. Anytime I go to a doctor, if they prescribe me something like, say, for high blood pressure, I'll ask them what the side effects are. And it's like I've hurt their feelings. But I want to know because a lot of these drugs have horrible side effects.
Yeah.
That's why I've tried to tell people about these school shootings. It's not the gun. it's really what are these kids taking?
Right.
That have side effects. I mean, Zoloft, look at that. When they were advertising that, one of the side effects, it might cause suicidal tendencies. Well, my God, that's what it's supposed to be stopping.
Don't worry, though. Most of the side effects they have medication for.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
We've got more medication we can give you.
Yeah, exactly.
So you'll be in line at Walgreens for an hour.
Well, I'm a full believer that the medical industry does not want to create healthy people. They want to create lifelong customers.
Absolutely, man.
Well, I think that's a lot of the problem, too, with cancer. I really have. I've always thought they'll never try to find a cure for cancer.
It's too profitable.
Yeah, it is too profitable.
Even the whole research industry is, way too profitable.
Yeah, it is. They make way too much money off of it. Now, you would be interested in this because this comes from your home country, Canada.
I've already been getting harassed on the super text line. Did you see the members nutrition text line? Somebody said I didn't know they had biker gangs in Canada.
Well, now in Canada.
I'm not from Canada, for the record.
No,
right,
you're not.
He is not from Canada.
We tease him about that. Even though he says about, he's not from Canada. He's near there, but not from Canada.
He's American.
Yeah, he's American all the way through. I'm telling you, man, this guy's red, white, and blue, even wearing the hat, ladies and gentlemen. But no, in Toronto, they've had a real bad problem with car thieves.
Car thieves, yes.
Yeah, I guess it's an epidemic. Have you heard what they're doing?
So
now?
I heard this story, and I literally said, I can't cover this. I'm just going to be harassed on the members nutrition super text line. This is what the super texters have done to me. I've had to alter how I cover news. I'm like, I can't touch this one.
I can't talk about Canada.
I'm just gonna be harassed. You sure do know a lot about up there, don't you, Chris?
Do you know about this one? No, but the police chief up there is telling people just to leave their key fobs outside.
Oh.
Leave your key fob outside because that's all they want. And these guys are carrying guns, real ones, not toy ones. That is a.
I think we need to fact check that because I was under the impression that you couldn't get guns in Canada.
Yeah, that's what we discussed. Yeah.
Well, and there's lots of signs, that say, guns not allowed here.
Well, there should be. They should make a law for not following the signs.
That's right.
There you go.
There you go.
How dare you ignore my sign on my door? But yeah, they want you to leave your key fob outside so they can take your car. Because that way they won't break in your home because that's all they want, your car.
Yeah.
Whatever. Yeah, nothing expensive sits inside my house.
Oh,
it's
not at all.
Only in the garage or in the driveway.
And I'm sure they'll blame Kia and Hyundai and Ford for this later on.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah.
And then look at you'll probably have insurance. You'll probably have a lot of lawsuits from the crook themselves when they get in an accident with your car, if something happens with the car, because you allowed them to take it. And they got hurt.
Well, it's the law-abiding people's fault.
Well,
it's their fault.
You were minding your own business. How dare you?
Yeah.
Let's put the FBI on you and LinkedIn.
Yeah, seriously.
God, what a weird world we live in.
It is insane.
It has just been turned upside down.
Yeah.
Well, what's coming up on the big show today, Chris?
Well, we are going to be talking about a little bit of everything. We're going to cover Joy Reid being absolutely psychotic. Spoiler alert. I don't know if you guys knew that.
Always wondered.
We have it pretty much down now that she's absolutely psychotic. I'll explain why. Plus, we have Janet Yellen appearing on Fox Business to say she's apologizing for calling inflation transitory.
I saw that, yes.
And then she also said lower income families getting record high credit debt isn't a scary new trend. It's actually a return to normalization. So nature is healing itself, guys.
Oh,
it's working.
It's working.
Well, it's like Biden said. I'm just waiting for it to change.
Oh, geez. We're gonna talk about all that. Plus, Biden was in Milwaukee at a Boys and Girls Club, and there's some relevant audio.
Oh, good.
I cannot freaking wait.
I can't wait for that.
I will say this: no children were sniffed. I don't want anybody to be alarmed.
Yeah, but what about adult women?
We have not confirmed or denied any of that yet.
Oh.
Plus, we have Ken Weaver news coming up at 9 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
What's coming up then, Ken?
We have another measure of inflation. There's a new development about TikTok that is very interesting. More federal regulation coming down from the EPA. And Amazon and Eli Lilly are teaming up.
Oh, boy.
Details at 9 on Super Talk 99.7 WTN.
Yeah, Eli Lilly. There's another company that loves to make money.
Giving you pills.
Yeah, giving you more pills to take for those pills they gave you that's giving you all kinds of side effects. Coming up at 9 o'clock, it's Chris Hand. We'll see you all tomorrow morning on Friday right here at 5 o'clock. Super Talk 99.7 WTN.